authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings, and as such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. And council, I'd just like to say at this point that I'm participating remotely today as my wife Jeanette had major surgery. She's doing well, but I have to stick close at home, and so I would normally be in chambers, but thanks to the bylaw, I'll be here for the day. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The staff contact information has been circulated to you on that. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. I'd like to remind everybody that all staff are participating electronically for this week's meetings. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedure bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. As always, we acknowledge we're in the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for having cared for this land, and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue building this great city together. And of course, thanks to our fantastic staff here at the city who work hard every day to keep us safe and to make this a great city to live, work, and play in. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair, Councillor Carr, Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Not here. And Councillor Kirby-Yung. Also not here. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. Council, I will start today with just reading a brief statement about the situation in Ukraine. I'd just like to say a few words about the terrible situation that's occurring in Europe and in the Ukraine. It's been 6 days since Russia invaded Ukraine. Fierce fighting continues across the country with significant loss of life, hundreds wounded, and hundreds of thousands fleeing to neighborhood countries for safety. Ships in the port of Odessa, our sister city of almost 80 years, have been attacked by Russian missiles, and it was reported that 18 people were killed at a military base nearby. The invasion is devastating for people of the Ukraine, the almost 1.4 million people of Ukrainian descent living in Canada, and the 86,000 Ukrainian Canadians living in the Metro Vancouver region. Many are worried about their friends and family living in the Ukraine, and I know we all share those sentiments. Our long and strong relationship with Odessa began in 1944 to help those who had been devastated by the Nazi regime in World War II. Odessa was attacked by Nazi forces for 73 days, and the citizens of Odessa lived under Nazi occupation for 2 years. Many Ukrainians living in Vancouver at that time with family in Odessa wanted to help, and this where sprung our sister city relationship. Given our continued relationship with Odessa and our support for the government and the people of Ukraine, City Hall and Burrard Bridge will remain illuminated blue and yellow until March 2nd, and Ukrainian flags will be raised at 12th and Canby for the next 3 weeks. These are small but meaningful ways the city is showing its support for the citizens of Odessa and the entire nation of Ukraine. Our relationship with Odessa began during a dark period in history almost 80 years ago, and we will stand with them through this dark period too, in hopes for better and more peaceful days to come. And I know our thoughts are all with the Ukrainian people today. Council, I'm moving on now to do a proclamation for International Women's Day. It's my honor to read the proclamation for International Women's Day at this meeting this morning. International Women's Day will take place March 8th and is a day where people of all nations recognize and celebrate the social, economic, and cultural and political achievements of women. This day also marks a call to action for accelerating gender equity. The City of Vancouver continues to support and improve our work toward gender parity, and I would like to highlight a few of these achievements, starting with the Women's Equity Strategy. This is adopted unanimously by Council in January of 2018. The strategy is a 10-year initiative aimed at addressing barriers faced by cis and trans women. The strategy commits the city to apply an intersectional framework to all its work. The city is also implementing its transgender, diverse, and two-spirit inclusion action plan. Both of these initiatives include multi-year projects aimed at providing all women, gender diverse, and two-spirit people with equitable opportunities to fully participate in the political, economic, cultural, and social life of Vancouver. The International Women's Day 2022 theme is Break the Bias, and this year we'll be celebrating people of marginalized genders' power and resiliency to break down barriers and overcome obstacles. So here's a proclamation. Whereas International Women's Day is celebrated around the world by those who believe in gender equity and who seek to improve the lives of women and girls, two-spirit, trans, non-binary, and gender diverse people through cultural, legal, economic, and social change. And whereas today is a celebration of the contributions that women and people of marginalized genders make to our city as activists, workers, artists, entrepreneurs, caregivers, educators, volunteers, and leaders. And whereas colonization and racialized violence are intrinsically connected to gender inequities experienced by Indigenous peoples, Black people, and people of color, and whereas people of marginalized genders experience many intersecting forms of oppression that impact their ability to thrive, to access safety, employment, justice, healthcare, housing, education, and reproductive rights. And whereas International Women's Day is an opportunity to honor, support, and celebrate the progress made to advance gender equity, all while recommitting to continue to progress. And whereas the City of Vancouver is committed to promoting equity and justice and will always work to abolish the systemic and structural oppressions that perpetrate inequity. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, March 8th, 2022, as the 111th International Women's Day in the City of Vancouver. Thanks so much. Okay, Council, on to the plan for the day. Given the surge of COVID transmission and reinstatement of our COVID safety plan, the maximum capacity of the Council chamber is limited to 20 persons. The public is strongly encouraged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and to follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. All comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on @VanCityClerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 3 administrative items, 1 communication, 9 reports, 8 referral reports, 12 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, 10 council members' motions, notice of council members' motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. So that's a lot to get through today, council. We will go until noon in regular council. Then we'll break for lunch, and then in camera will be from 1 till 3 p.m. From 3 to 5 p.m. We'll continue with regular council business, and we have a public hearing starting at 6 p.m. Just a couple of notes here, council. I'll try to prompt us on the way through just to remind folks of the timing. We do have a number of members' motions that do not have speakers, which we'll be dealing with today in council. I'll just keep an eye on the clock, and if we might have to move some of those over to tomorrow's meeting, but I'll let you know if that's the case. Also, this being March 1st, Councillor Wiebe is the deputy mayor. So I have a call with the premier at 11:15, I believe, and I'll be asking Councillor Wiebe to step in at that point for the chairing. Okay, so moving to in camera, I'm just going to check here to make sure if there's any questions. Okay, in camera, council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda updated agenda. Would someone like to move the motion?
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. Do we have a seconder to go in camera? Anybody?
Second.
Councillor Wiebe. Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Okay, and all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed, nay. Okay, and this motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through minutes, council. We have 6 sets of minutes, so I'll just go through these quickly. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the special council business license hearing of February 1st. Are there any corrections? Someone like to move adoption, please.
So moved, Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Seconder.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Okay, that motion passes. Thank you. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the special council Court of Revision BIA meeting February 1st. Any corrections? Have a mover, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seconder.
Counselor DeGenova.
Thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the special council business license hearing of February 2nd. Any corrections?
Move adoption.
Thank you. Seconder.
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Minutes 4, the minutes of the council meeting of February 8th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
So moved.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Okay, thanks. Councillor DeGenova, second Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That passes. Thank you. Minutes 5 are the minutes of the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of February 9th. Any corrections?
Move adoption. Counselor DeGenova.
Thank you. Seconder.
Councillor Carr.
Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. All in favor, yay.
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 Opposed, nay. That passes. Thanks. Last minutes are minute 6 of the Auditor General Committee meeting of February 18th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
So moved.
Councillor
Kirby-Young.
Thank you. I heard Councillor DeGenova first, seconded by Councillor Kirby-Young. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Those are passed. Thanks. Okay, Council, we're moving to matters adopted on the consent agenda. Just going to get my paper out here. Okay, so we have communication 1, report 3 through 9, and referral reports 1 through 8 on the consent agenda. Please put yourself on the queue if you'd like to hold any of these items.
Point of privilege, Mayor. It's Councillor Kirby-Young. Could you put me on the queue to hold an item?
There you go. Okay, we've got you on, Councillor DeGenova. Which items would you like?
Mayor, I was just hoping you could clarify which items we already have speakers to, so we don't have to repeat it.
Yeah, so communications 1, reports 3 through 9, referral reports 1 through 8 are on the consent agenda.
Okay. I'll take myself off the queue. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to hold referral report 4, please.
On the 510 West Hastings Street?
Sorry,
referral.
referral report for the Regional Context Statement Official Development Plan bylaw.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take a note of that. 1 second here. Okay, thanks. Councillor Harvick.
Mic on. Okay, great. I would like to hold on under reports number 9, Board of Variance bylaw update, and under under referral reports number 5, the CD1 rezoning of 1477 West Broadway.
Referral number 5. Sorry, referral.
Referral 5 and report 9.
Great, I got it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, report number 8, inventory of parks, please, Mayor.
Report number 8. Okay, thank you. Councillor DeGenova, you got you back on the queue here.
Oh, no, that's a holdover, Mayor. I took myself off the queue.
Okay, great. So I'm going to just go through this list so everybody knows. So just 1 second. I just got lots of screens open here. Okay, so we have communication 1 is on the consent report. The changes to the 2022 council meeting schedule. That's on the consent agenda. We have reports 3, which is the Community Housing Incentive Program grants. report 4, which is, report 4 has been, report 4, the 510 West Hastings Street is on the consent agenda. Report 5, which is the 2022 property tax target land assessing averages. Report 6, local improvement, approval of billing rates for projects completed in 2021. Report 7, drinking water conservation bylaw amendments. Report 8 has been held. So report 9, Board of Variance bylaw updates.
Mayor, report 9's been held by Councillor
Oh.
Hardwick.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, report 9 has been held. Referral reports. 1, the rezoning on West 37th Avenue. Referral report 2, CD1 rezoning on West 49th Avenue. CD1 rezoning on 1751 Ontario Street. Referral report 5. Report 6, regulated self-use storage uses in industrial districts. Report 7, referral report 7, CD1 rezoning on 2489 Renfrew Street, 2484 Renfrew Street. And finally, zoning and development bylaw amendments for the patio program number 8. So can I have a mover for that?
So moved, Councillor DeGenova.
Sorry, I was just gonna, okay, and seconder?
Second.
Thank you. Do we have, so all those in favor of passing consent agenda, say yay.
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 Any opposed, nay? Great. Okay, thanks so much. Okay. Okie doke. So, right. So communications have been passed. Yes, we have speakers to reports 1 and 2. So we're going to go to report 1 now, which is the renter services grants. Just ask the city manager if we have a presentation, or are we just hearing from the public?
Good morning, Mayor Stewart. Staff are available to answer questions, but we don't have a presentation on this topic.
Okay, Council. So I am going to move us right. So, sorry, I'm just going to get the list here of speakers.
Mayor Stewart,
Yes.
Councillor DeGenova, just a point of procedure. I'm
Okay.
on the queue to ask staff a question. Would now be appropriate or after
Sure.
speakers?
Yeah, please go ahead, and then we can move to the. There's 2 speakers, so we can. You go ahead, Councillor DeGenova, up to 5 minutes, and then we'll.
Thanks very much. I was hoping if staff, I appreciate the report, wondering if staff could share if other municipalities in the region offer similar or equivalent grants to this to renters in the community.
Mayor Stewart, I believe we've got ACCS staff online.
Yes.
Thanks.
Great.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, this is Jennifer Hales, Senior Planner of the Renter Office in ACCS. Thank you for the question. That's a very good question. And in fact, we will need to do some research into that, Councillor DeGenova, and we can get back to you. As far as I know, I'm not aware of any specific grant program exactly like ours for renter services across the region, but we will look into it.
Okay, and could you tell me the total of the entire grant program? Not just exclusive of this report. I see the numbers in this report, but our grant program for renters here at the city?
So in total, in June of 2019, Council approved 1.5 million over 3 years. And this is the last year of that funding. So we've been able to disperse 500,000 a year for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. And then just a follow-up to that is, have we received any matching funds or requested any matching funds from senior levels of government, the province or the federal government?
No, not yet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor DeGenova. We're moving on now to speakers list. We have Minnie Ho-Ming Eng, who is speaker number 1 by phone. Clerks, do we have that speaker number 1 on the line?
Mayor, speaker 1 is not on the line.
Thanks very much. We'll move to speaker 2, who is Beverly Ho, speaker number 2. That speaker on the line?
Hello?
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. You've got the 5 minutes to address council. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay. Hi, my name's Beverly Ho. I'm a settler here on unceded stolen territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm the operations manager at Yarrow Society in Chinatown, and I've been involved in the Chinatown Downtown Eastside community since around 2015 or 2016. And I signed up to speak today because I'm hoping that next year and for future funding cycles, the city will allocate more funds aside for smaller organizations like Yarrow Society. I saw the staff recommendations in the report, and I think that all the groups there are doing really great work with renters, and some we have worked with ad hoc, and there's just not enough funding, $500,000 to allocate to renter services when there's a growing need for all renters across the board, not just Chinese-speaking ones. But at Yarrow Society, we work with low-income Chinese-speaking seniors, mostly in the Chinatown, Downtown Eastside, and Strathcona neighborhoods, and they have a lot of unique needs and barriers to accessing their rights and services, like with the residential tenancy branch, and a lot of them are also undocumented and living in illegal rentals, so they're not protected under any rental law, and they're very vulnerable and marginalized because there's predatory landlords that take advantage of the fact that they don't have status or not a lot of income or supports. So Yarrow's continuing to do the work whether we have the grants or not, but it obviously puts a strain on us for fundraising this year. And we're really grateful for all the work that city staff, planners, and councilors are doing, and all the other groups that were recommended for renter services. And we're also grateful to be receiving core services, again, which was formerly known as DSS, Direct Social Services. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say for today. Thank you for listening.
Great, thanks so much. You do have some questions. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And thanks, Beverly. Curious to hear from you, how many of your clients speak English, and what options and services are available to your clients otherwise if they're not speaking English? With regard to
the majority of our clients do not speak English, or maybe speak a little bit, but not enough to be able to access the RTB or track. And if we're not doing the work, then it would be the handful of other Chinese seniors outreach workers in the neighborhood from Carnegie, Vancouver Second Mile Society, and the Women's Center, Downtown Eastside Women's Center, and SRO Collaborative. So really there's only 4 other Chinese seniors outreach workers. And yeah, we're having a bit of an issue with staff retention, and it's difficult to pay a living wage and have enough hours for our workers so that they don't have to work other jobs. I myself work another job outside of Yarrow. So yeah, that's why the funding is really important, even though every year we do have other grant sources and fundraising. But yeah, a lot of
Beverly,
our fundraising is precarious.
I see in the staff comments you meet the criteria, and they obviously appreciate the work you do, because I see elsewhere there's going to Yarrow. is this work that's outside of your district core mandate and you're finding is a more of a necessity in the community, and moving, maybe the city can better recognize that importance?
Yeah, I totally understand why we weren't recommended and why other groups were. But yeah, I think in the future, if there was more funding available in general, I know that our organization, we do focus a lot on accessing health and income services as well, and we see that tied together with housing. We think it can't be separated. Housing definitely plays an important factor in someone's health, stable housing.
Okay, thanks, Beverly.
Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Councillor Swanson, up to 3.
Yeah, hi Bev, and thanks for all your work. I just have one question. I wonder if you could tell us what you won't be able to do because of not getting the grant.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Swanson. What we won't be able to do, well, we're not sure if we'll be able to fund our current outreach worker. So that position is at risk. Like, if we have to cut hours, then, and we're already like inundated with a lot of requests for housing support. There's been an increase in Chinese seniors who are couch surfing and who are in and out of shelters. So yeah, obviously that takes up a lot more hours than our regular caseload. So I think a lot more seniors would be falling through the cracks if we were to cut back on hours or, you know, struggle to maintain the current hours. Ideally, we want to hire an additional outreach worker just because of all the requests we've been receiving over the past year.
Okay, have you had talks with staff about how to perhaps get this funding in another cycle if it hopefully happens, that we have it in the budget?
Yeah, staff was really gracious, and they asked us, I think last Friday or the Friday before that, to have a meeting with them. So I had a half-hour meeting with two planners, Jennifer and Eileen, and they're willing to meet with us after the 7th to talk about our application because they want to continue to support the work that we're doing.
Okay, so I would really like you to be able to get your funding, but the problem is having to take it from someone else. So I think the best plan here is to work on getting a greater amount in the next budget. But thanks so much for coming.
Yeah, I totally agree. Thanks, Jean.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, up to 3.
Yeah, good morning, Beverly. I wonder if you could just, I know you described a little bit of the outreach, but I'm wondering if you could provide us with a little bit more detail on how you actually reach seniors and how you connect with them. Do you work with different housing providers or do you have relationships, or how do you actually connect with those folks?
Hi, thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Recently, we've been getting a lot of referrals from other organizations and outreach workers like Downtown Eastside SRO Collaborative, Rain City Housing. They run a shelter. Yeah, usually other organizations or seniors hear about us through word of mouth. We have a few clients who their friends are clients with us, or they access our services or recreational programming. And we also do a bit of door knocking every week or every other week just to check in on current clients and to see the leaders in the building and see if there's any needs that Euro can help address or support.
Okay, is it mostly, do you find that it's some of those providers that are noticing that some of the seniors have challenges or have concerns, or is it the seniors that are really asking for that help? How do you find that works?
I think it's a mix of both because a lot of service providers are doing really great work with like unhoused populations, but they don't have the capacity or staff that speak Chinese as well. So they reach out to us because we've kind of built that reputation in the neighborhood. And then sometimes seniors reach out to us as well. They call one of our outreach lines, one of our 2 phones.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Appreciate all of the work that you're doing. That's great.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Thank you. That's it for questions from councillors to you, Speaker. Thank you so much for participating today. Council, we checked and Speaker 1 is still not on the line, and so I'll ask for somebody to move this motion.
So moved.
Somebody. Thank you, Councillor Weeb. We have a seconder.
Second, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. So we're moving over to the main queue. Anybody want to debate this? Please put yourself on the queue. If not, we can go to the vote. Councillor DeSnova, go ahead. Up to 5 minutes, please.
I was just wondering if I could ask a point of information, Mayor.
Sure can.
Through to our staff. I'm wondering if there has been any consideration to asking the federal government and provincial government for matching funds here. And not specifically these grants, but overall our renters grants. And if not, would staff need direction from council to do that?
Turn over. Go ahead.
It's Sandra Singh, General Manager, ACCS. Yes, council direction on advocacy with senior government would be needed. Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor, if I could just add one thing, just to be clear that the current grant program had a 3-year duration, so it does not currently extend to 2023. So I would suggest that there's also a decision for council next year around funding for this program to continue.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much, City Manager. Appreciate that, and I will not hold this up then. I will think about that when this moves forward or staff bring back any recommendations with this. But I will say that I will support this, but I would hope that we would, considering the responsibility of the federal government and provincial government, and the fact that our taxes continue to increase in the city of Vancouver, and we are one of the least affordable cities to live in the world, and that includes for renters, that we do all that we can to find that those matching funds and try and increase our ability to help renters, as we've heard from the speaker today and as we hear often at our public hearings and on other council items. Housing is definitely an issue in our community and in our city, and I would hope that we would be advocating to other levels of government to at the very least match us. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, up to 5.
Yeah, I'll vote for this, of course, but I just wanted to say I think it's really important that we get the extra money that our folks need by hook or crook, if it's from senior government or if we have to provide it ourselves. I mean, Beverly talked about people who are undocumented, people who don't speak English, people who are living in illegal housing. Those people are, just marks for being exploited unless there's someone there that can speak their language, that can help them navigate through the various bureaucracies that they have to navigate through in order to get even basic rights. So I hope that the next budget will reflect the need there.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I can move to a vote on this item. Thanks, clerks. Vote's been triggered. Councillors Spry, Hardwick, Weave, Domino, O'Brien, Kirby-Yung.
Councillor Kirby-Young's mic's not working. She was trying to get on the queue. Sorry to interrupt.
Q4. Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Hi, this is the city moderator. I just wanted me to check the phone number. If your number is ending in 0812, can you please identify yourself, please?
Sorry, clerks. We have.
Sorry, Mayor.
Again,
Sorry, Mayor. That was just our speaker confirming that somebody was on the line, but
Okay,
no
sure.
one's there. Go ahead.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, you have a point of order or point of privilege?
Yeah, Mayor, I have technical difficulties. My panel shows me on the queue for questions.
Oh, you weren't on the, you are now, but you weren't when I called the question.
I have a screen that shows me on the queue. I put myself on the queue before the questions came up. I've got a panel right here in the chamber.
We are in the middle of a vote. I'll have to check with the clerks on this.
I did alert the clerks and waved my hand voraciously for technical difficulties.
Okay, Councillor Kirby-Yung. I'm not sure what you have to ask at this point. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do this, but you can go ahead with up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a question through you to staff, if I might, and it was really with respect to understanding a bit more about the city manager's comment that the program wasn't going to be continued. And I noticed in one of the appendices it provides an update on the renter's office work, and I know that was an initiative that was implemented after this grant program. And so my question was really if staff could comment on how the renter's office work interfaces with this. What is the total annual budget currently for the renter's office, and do we see this as a potential alternative to this program?
Staff?
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, through you. So yeah, and I'll defer to ACCS staff as well if they can supplement this. There was a specific allocation of funds for the Renter Service Grant Program of $1.5 million over 3 years. The Renter Service Office is a different budget allocation. I don't have those specifics, but I'm not sure if ACCS staff can speak to that point.
Yes, it's Sandra Singh here. We can, I think Celine or Jennifer.
Hi, it's Jennifer Hales here, Senior Planner of the Renter Office. So as the City Manager pointed out, $1.5 million was allocated for 3 years to the grant program as part of the Renter Office work. So it was all bundled as one big piece of Renter Office work in June of 2019. And that included the grants program for 1.5 million. It included exploring the creation of a Renter Services Center, which staff is currently continuing to undertake. It included some staff positions, and it included exploring a tenant relocation certification and program. And those are summarized in the appendix, as Councillor Kirby-Yung pointed out. I think the question is the grant program separate from the Renter Office work? It is not. It is part of the Renter Office work, and it's part of the overall budget for the Renter Office.
So sorry, could you just repeat the total number for the Renter's Office budget allocation, please?
I'll just have to look that up for you. Can you give me
sure.
a minute? Thank you. So in June of 2019, Council approved 5.6 million in total for the Renter Office, and that included 1.46 to exploring the creation of a Renter Services Center. It included 2.4 million for a staff team across 5 departments. It included the 1.5 million for the Renter Services Grant Program that we're discussing today. And it also included 150,000 to implement a tenant relocation specialist training program, totaling 5.6 million over 3 years. And of course, that 3-year time period has been extended a bit because of the pandemic. There was some time that some projects were put on hold because of the pandemic and not full staffing.
Okay, and last point, we're looking to regularize that funding because some of the startup funding was EHT because it was deemed a pilot. Is that correct, including the initial staffing and setup?
That's correct. All that money was EHT.
Even though it was going to be an ongoing initiative?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's Sandra Singh, General Manager here. It was approved as a pilot project, as a one-time.
Right. And can you remind me, please, Sandra, of the difference between that qualifying for the EHT funds versus the vacancy control not? Because we didn't use the word pilot, even though they were both ongoing initiatives?
Yeah, and I think to clarify as well around the original intention of this, it was to fund the first 3 years with the recognition that anything beyond that first 3-year phase would need to be, if it to be continued, would need operating funding. Paul, I don't know if you could speak to the EHT approach.
Thanks, Councillor, and through the mayor. So yeah, it is a good question. I think there has been kind of an ongoing exercise by staff to ensure that we are interpreting the requirements around EHT funding correctly. I think with respect to the vacancy control, because that was a regulatory requirement that's now being established, we didn't see there was any potential to characterize that as a pilot. Clearly, the intention when council implements regulation, the expectation is, and I think from the folks who are being regulated as well, is that that's going to continue, and that's our understanding as well. So we didn't see that there was a way to reasonably configure that as a pilot. I think in this case, with the Renter Services Office and the grant program, the expectation was that there would be 3 years of funding, an assessment of outcomes, and then a decision by council at that future date to determine how much or in what manner to continue that. So that, I'm not sure if that distinction makes sense, but that's kind of how we saw it.
That's very helpful. Thank you. And thank you, staff.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we'll move to the vote on this item. Councillor Bly, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Bly is absent. Councillor Kirby-Yung. If you're having tech problems still, happy to have a vote assist.
In favor, please.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, please mark her in favor. Thanks so much. That's passed unanimously. Thank you so much, Council. We're moving on to our next item, which is the report number 2, which also has speakers, the 2022 Community Services and Other Social Grants. Just asking first if any member wishes to declare a conflict of interest. And if not, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions about this report. So I'll just open the queue. Clerks, I just want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to put their name on the questions list. I don't see anybody on, so we can move to the public. And the first speaker on this item is Annie Danilko. Annie Danilko, speaker number 1.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in today.
Hi.
You have up to 5 minutes. You have up to 5 minutes to address council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor and Council, for letting me phone in on this important program that we are having today. My name is Annie Danilko. I am Haida with the Raven clan. My mother's name is May. I just want to give my appreciation to the Coast Salish people for allowing us to be on their lands. And they ask us to be good stewards and to take care of the lands as if they're our own. And what I'm phoning in today for is to support the grants that are given through the Grandview Woodland Food Network. I started at Britannia as a youth program with Off the Grill, and that was sponsored by Ian Macruz at the time. He was our food sustainability person with Grandview Woodland. So I was working with the community. I ended up making connections and cooking for many of the events at Britannia Community Center. We did things with reconciliation. We did events with the master plan, and I worked a lot on the master plan for Britannia Communities senior centers. We were having a hard time about getting past, some of the things that were happening there, and so I ended up participating on the Planning and Development Committee, which turned into me being a board member. And then in my time as being a board member and working on the master plan, and now with the renewal, has really opened my eyes to what a community can do when we have the funds, and also for what we can do as a base. Because what I'm sure a lot of the speakers and a lot of people getting grants know that if you have a base grant already, it's easier to get some more money for your grants. I have participated with many of the programs, which is the bulk food buying that we have 75 people in. I participated in the Food Fit that helps you get to a healthier lifestyle, and I also participated in the programs with eating the veggies, not so much gardening with the veggies. So I benefited from that as well. And I'm just so excited to be able to support our new food sustainability person, Ruth Elizabeth, and I'm sorry I forgot her last name. I'm a bad president. And also I was wondering if I could let you guys know about how proud I am about Britannia and what happened through the COVID shutdowns, how Ian McCruz ended up with the Food Connection starting a food bank, and we had deliveries for people when everybody else was shutting down. We had, it says here, 8,485 volunteer hours, 200 volunteers that helped deliver food and package it up. We had over, I'm looking at my notes now, and I can't read them. Isn't that great? But we had lots of boxes. Oh, here we go. 11,000 boxes of food delivered within a week of COVID shutting everybody down. And it did prove that we do have a chain issue with the foods, and that in an emergency or a crisis, we've proven that community can step up and step in faster than any government or other bigger organizations. So I just wanted to give my appreciation to all of the Britannia volunteers and everyone that have made COVID easier. There was a lot of other programs that we did. We went online, we did telephone calls, we connected with vulnerable people, and we did all of that in a very, very timely manner. And so I believe my time is almost up. So is there any questions?
Thank you so much for phoning in. There are no questions for you, but want to thank you for participating today. And with that, I will move on to the next speaker, but thanks so much for calling in. We have speaker number 3, Ian Marcus.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes to address council whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. So hello, Mayor and Council, and thank you very much for the time to speak today. I'm here to support the social granting, specifically the Sustainable Food Systems Grant, which Annie was actually referring to just previously, as recommended, though with a caveat. My name is Ian Marcus. I live in Vancouver. I am the coordinator of the Vancouver Neighborhood Food Networks and past coordinator for 15 years of the Grandview Woodland Food Connection at Britannia Community Center. So these 15 current networks are organized via a community-based model, and we work within specific neighborhoods through host community centers such as Britannia or neighborhood houses. Our vision is to help build a sustainable, resilient, connected, culturally appropriate food system in Vancouver, rooted in justice, sovereignty, and equity for all people in the planet. And we deliver a wide range of capacity building food programs, including advocating for food justice, poverty reduction, indigenous food sovereignty, urban food growing, including community and school gardens, community meals, good food boxes, cooking and nutrition workshops, community food markets and food distribution, community food celebrations, and food recovery programs, to name a few. I'd like to say that investing in community food security as a key social determinant of individual and collective health eases strain on social and healthcare systems due to poverty and inequity. Food networks support Vancouver's Healthy City strategy. While the Sustainable Food Systems Grant has been critical as core funding, and Vancouver has done much to cultivate a more sustainable food system, and while we recognize there are many competing needs, we also need to acknowledge that given the importance of food security, that the $200,000 allocated citywide is gravely insufficient. Our network sustainability remains very precarious. Staff are underpaid and overworked, with many networks operating on very few hours. As such, we have seen significant staff turnover, which limits community and organizational capacity building. Meanwhile, food security is now one of the most critical issues of our times. Rising food prices have even middle-income families reconsidering their food purchase, let alone lower-income households. New reports are emerging that low-lying Delta area and prime agricultural lands in Metro Vancouver may be underwater by 2080. The recent climate-related floods and landslides highlight our very vulnerable food supply. Then, of course, this pandemic has further widened food inequity, hitting low-income households hard. According to Food Bank Canada, food bank use in BC increased 5% over pre-pandemic use, though I'm certain that much higher numbers of people slipped into food insecurity but were not accessing food banks due to associated stigma. When the COVID lockdown hit, the food networks played a critical role in providing emergency food provision. Though not our mandate, we were well positioned to take on this function due to the years of community development work and cultivating community food security through building rich networks of community relations and partnerships. We were able to rapidly direct resources appropriately and efficiently when even food banks shut down for weeks before centralizing food distribution. I would argue that the many community-based food organizations became the de facto emergency food distribution plan in Vancouver. During the first 14 months of COVID, the Food Network supported 7,800 households, over 20,000 individuals, delivered 105,000 food hampers, provided 178,000 prepared meals, and leveraged 215 new partnerships. But back to building food-secure neighborhoods, Vancouver Coastal Health 2011 and 2019 evaluations of the food networks provide strong evidence that community-based food programs increase access to food, build food awareness, knowledge, and skills, increase community capacity and social connection, and have helped impact food policy work. Despite this important work, many food networks are struggling for lack of support. As such, we are calling on our municipal government to take the necessary steps to increase the Sustainable Food Systems Grant, ideally working with the province to secure matching funding. We're proposing as an ideal target an annual target of $1.7 million, a mere 0.1% of the city's $1.74 billion budget. This amount would fund 22 full-time, union-paid food security programmers in every neighborhood and every community center in Vancouver. Multiply significantly what the networks have already achieved, and building on Vancouver's already great reputation in urban food security, this funding would undoubtedly place Vancouver as a world leader in this field. The impact in further building our local food security resilience would be enormous. That's my spiel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right on the 5 minutes, you do have a question from Councillor Swanson. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead.
Yes, that was very impressive, I must say, very impressive. Have you talked to the staff about this $1.7 million plan? Or city staff?
Yeah. We have very good relations with the food policy team, Sarah and Jason and Caitlin. We meet with them annually, and yes, we brought this forward. We do have a collective impact report that we shared with the staff, which included these numbers. These are ideal targets. And, the thing is that the food systems grant has stayed about the same for since it started, 8, 9, 10 years ago. So while it's an ideal target, we recognize that probably, working with the province would be a good strategy as well. But yeah, I mean, the food policy team is aware of this this request and remind us that we just have to keep working hard at it. But we kind of keep getting the same answers: is that money's tight and money would have to come out of other budgets. And understandably, that's understandable.
Okay.
Anyways, yes.
So you have to ask for what you need. That's the first step. So thank you for doing that. This council isn't going to be the one that adopts the next budget, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, we'll see. But I would certainly be willing, if you want to give me a call, to work on this 1.7 million. Thanks.
Thank you, Jean.
Councillor
Certainly,
Weed,
we'll be looking at election strategy.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming to speak today. Recognizing that you're looking to run them out of the community centers, what conversations have happened with the Park Board's local food action plan, which has a lot of the similar goals and outcomes that you're hoping for?
Yeah, and also we are very engaged with the Parks Board around their policy. In fact, I was involved in the first action plan way back, 12, 13 years ago. So, yeah, we do have very good relations also with the Parks Board. So, we maintain communications with them.
Okay, and it'd be great to bring this to the Vancouver Food Policy Council to discuss this idea, because I think it is an idea that we need to talk about, because it is one of the stuff that is hurting this community the most is our food insecurity. So thanks a lot for coming to speak today.
Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions, Speaker. Thank you so much for coming in today. And we are going to move to our next speaker, who is Anne Nienaber. Speaker number 4, Anne Nienaber.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Sure can. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Anne Nienaber, and I'm the Executive Director for Multicultural Helping House Society, located in Vancouver, British Columbia. I'm speaking to you today as I would like you to please reconsider our application for funding for the City of Vancouver's Core Support Grant. Multicultural Helping House Society has played a critical role in providing social and settlement services to newcomers, seniors, youth, and women. Multicultural Helping House Society provides settlement services. We assist newcomers to settle into Vancouver, find employment, access community resources and supports, integration needs as well we provide, and which have been exacerbated by COVID-19. Due to the social isolation experienced by newcomers, especially seniors, and the increased challenges this has created for settlement in Vancouver, our programs have also had to address this new reality experienced by newcomers, women, youth, and seniors as a result of COVID-19. Newcomers have also been experiencing greater economic marginalization, such as finding employment in these challenging times. Newcomers are having to make ends meet in a country and a city which is already a challenge, and now in an environment of COVID-19. From April 2021 till now, in this fiscal year so far, we have serviced and engaged over 4,557 seniors, 2,620 youth, and in a variety of activities, educational workshops, outreach, employment assistance, as well as wellness and physical activities. The pandemic has increased the demand for activities and our services as it has exacerbated existing social inequities due to language, employment, and social isolation. We provide newcomer services to refugees, temporary foreign workers, permanent residents, international students, and naturalized Canadian citizens. This past fiscal year, we have serviced over 2,000 newcomers since April 2021 in 10 different languages. The work that we do at Multicultural Helping House Society directly supports the City of Vancouver's commitment to improve and to work towards a fair, safer, more inclusive city. Moreover, Multicultural Helping House Society supports the City of Vancouver's Healthy City Strategy, specifically healthy human services, equitable access to high-quality social, community, and health services. Not funding Multicultural Helping House Society has put us in a very difficult position. Our request to the City of Vancouver for $70,000 total was to support a Vancouver's seniors-focused program to target socially isolated seniors, as well as a youth-focused program for vulnerable youth, specifically those facing retention issues in the school district. So this fund was going to fund a part-time Vancouver seniors and youth coordinator. Also, These funds would be used to fund the continued management of Multicultural Helping House Society. The requested amount was going to be stretched to help cover these costs to keep Multicultural Helping House Society able to provide its services in Vancouver. I understand that funds are limited, as per my conversation with Peter Brookman. If the city could please reconsider our application, even if the amount is less than what was asked at $70,000, anything would help us to be able to continue to provide our services. Thank you for your kind consideration.
Thank you for your time today. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm very aware of Multicultural Helping House and all the good you do in the community. I'm wondering if you can tell me how many years you did count on and receive a grant from the city.
Thank you very much for your question. In my time with Multicultural Helping House Society, I started in April of 2020. I have applied. This is my second application to the City of Vancouver. I do know from previous my work with previous accounting records with the organization that the city did fund Multicultural Helping House Society in the year 2019 in the amount of $70,000. So that was the last grant the city provided.
Do you know if there were grants before that? I seem to recall there being grants before that.
I do believe so, but I won't be able, at this right on the spot, I won't be able to give you the details. But I do believe that the City of Vancouver has historically funded Multicultural Helping House Society.
No worries. I will ask our staff a follow-up question on that. And can you tell us, without the $70,000, what does that mean for your organization? You talked about it means that you're not able to implement a program for seniors on social isolation. Is that correct?
That's correct. So we wouldn't be able to run our Vancouver Seniors program, which specifically targets Vancouver seniors in social isolation due to language as well as cultural diversities. Also, we were going to fund a Vancouver youth focused position to particularly target the Vancouver youth in the school district that are facing retention issues, specifically newcomer youth that are children of newcomer families that are facing difficulties, and it's reflected in the way they perform in the school system. Also, as this grant would also provide, as it has historically with MHHS, fund the continued management. So, for example, a portion of my salary, as well as the operating expenses such as accounting fees. So, the $70,000 was going to be stretched across 4 different areas, and it would be, it was really going to be used, down to the last penny. But if the city can even consider a smaller amount, whatever they're able to provide, I do understand the pot is smaller this year.
I am running out of time, but I will follow up with staff and ask a few questions. And if possible, I will send you an email, or if you could share your email with council, then I could follow up with you as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
That's it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in today, and we're going to move to the next speaker. Let's see here. We've got speaker number 5 is Mashemi Tomioka. Speaker number 5.
Thank you very much. My name is Masami Tomioka, and I am the director at Pacific Community Resource Society for Vancouver. And I am a settler here on the unceded territories of the Coast Salish, and I appreciate that they allow us to be here. So BYRC is a place where much needed prevention and early intervention work starts for youth ages 13 to 24. We serve high numbers of youth who self-identify as Indigenous, people of color, and or LGBTQ2S. Many who are vulnerable and may become or already are dealing with the impacts of childhood trauma, poverty, growing up in government care, and many other concerns. Many of our youth are becoming entrenched in street life and are dealing with mental health and substance use issues as they move into that type of life. There may be gang involvement, and some are often homeless or precariously housed. BYRC is a safe space for youth to access needs such as food, housing, showers, laundry, and also to build healthy relationships with staff and peers by participating in our programming like Wellbriety, Indigenous talking circles, cultural activities, and connection to elders from the community. We also provide a centralized place for youth to get connected to resources such as income assistance, primary and sexual health care, substance use treatment and harm reduction programs, housing programs, food security, and many other things. BYRC has been able to pivot during the pandemic over these past 2 years, and we were able to continue to support youth accessing our services for their basic needs and programming. We have seen an increased need for youth with substance use and mental health issues, and we've actually begun to expand our services later into the evenings. And as the pandemic regulations lifted, we were starting to move towards weekend opening. The cut to our city grant will now force us to scale back our services as we just started to increase them at a time when they're needed more among our youth. The funding is used to pay for a resource room coordinator position and some program costs. This position helps pull all the small bits and pieces of small grant-funded programs and some peer work. The resource room position is critical for the ongoing operations of the center and the partner programs that feed into it. Youth depend on hubs such as BYRC to connect with youth, youth support workers to help them meet their needs, whether it be housing, food, or referral services. Our fear that is that if youth don't have the space, the safe space to go, then they will drift elsewhere, including the downtown east side. And we are trying to keep them connected right in their own home communities and prevent them from becoming more entrenched and disconnected. A $27,000 cut may not seem like a lot of money, and you may think that because we're a larger organization, we can absorb that. But it's a 25% cut. And this is kind of an incorrect assumption because 95% of our funding comes from government contracts and grants, like this one from the City of Vancouver, to pay for specific work to be done. We have very little discretionary funding to spread across our programs, including providing over 17,000 meals to youth through our BYRC kitchen and supporting 600 or more youth in our Vancouver housing programs, supporting youth to graduate from high school at our East Van Education Center, or our Pathways to Education program. Our grant has not been increased over several years, and yet our costs have significantly increased, including salaries for staff. Program costs such as transportation, food, and supplies have also increased significantly. And PCRS has already absorbed those costs, and this $27,000 cut will not be able to be absorbed. Therefore, I am respectfully requesting that Council reconsider the reduction of our grant and restore it to the previous year's funding level so that we can continue to provide high-quality programming and supports to some of the city's most vulnerable youth at a time when we know that the impacts of COVID-19 and the drug poisoning crisis are hitting our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you for calling in. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Thank you so much for coming in. Really appreciate you being here in council chambers. Just to say it's extremely difficult knowing that we would have to take money from another organization at this point in time in order to increase yours. But I'm very interested in knowing, you said your monies are specifically targeted for certain services. So money from the City of Vancouver, if reduced, would impact what specific services amongst all the ones that you listed?
Right. So the supervision of our drop-in center would be decreased. So we may have to close a couple of days a week because we wouldn't have a supervisor to actually be in the space from 2 o'clock until, currently we're open till 7. And we were hoping to expand our hours to 10 o'clock in the evening to catch those youth who maybe don't have a place to go so that we can have time to be able to find them a shelter or a sleeping space somewhere.
And how many youth typically do come in? It must vary from day to day, but...
It varies. And as we started opening up fully in last July. I would say we have currently 50.
Over the period of a week or on any
Oh, no, on an evening.
in evenings?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that information. Thank you very much, and for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for questions. Just thank you so much for calling in today. And I'm going to move on to the next speaker number 6, Kamiya Kazemi.
Thank you.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Dear Vancouver City Council, my name is Kamiya Kazemi, and I am a peer worker at the Broadway Youth Resource Center, also known as BYRC. I'm here to speak to you about the recent 25% cut in funding by City Council as well. Firstly, I would like to speak on my personal experiences as a young person who has accessed the many essential services of BYRC. I first heard of the center through a housing worker over a year ago while living in transitional housing through Pacific Community Resources Society. At the time, I was struggling financially as I had lost my job because of COVID-19 restrictions. I was a 20-year-old transgender woman of a racialized experience, fleeing an abusive home life, living in poverty, and dealing with systemic barriers, all while trying to balance my education and mental health. As a marginalized youth, I can speak on the fact that we are often turned away, mistreated, invalidated, and stigmatized when trying to access essential life-saving supports. I was initially hesitant to access services at BYRC. However, looking back now, I'm glad I did. I started doing kitchen shifts through the Youth Peer Navigator program to help make ends meet. I was greeted with a level of kindness and respect I was not used to. It felt unreal. I was able to access one second, sorry about that.
No problem, take your time.
I was able to access support groups, be a part of the Youth Advisory Committee, access grants when in need, and most importantly, I was allowed to grow, which quite frankly was something that I did not feel able to do anywhere else. I connected with everyone at the center and was allowed an opportunity to showcase my knowledge and lived experience and skills as an official staff. I can now support myself, explore my interests, and be part of a beautiful community of people. I truly feel recognized. Now, as a staff member helping facilitate programming to support youth like myself, I get to see every day the way in which BYRC changes the lives of each youth that walks through those doors. Whether it's attending culturally relevant workshops, community barbecues, accessing grants, support with job searches, counseling, or even just hanging out during drop-in hours and connecting with the community over a hot meal, BYRC is always there to support the youth, and I've experienced it firsthand. I can confidently say so many youth rely on BYRC and its programming to its fullest extent as it currently exists. And so, City Council, this decision is not taking away funding just from the center. It is taking away funding from queer youth, Indigenous youth, youth in and transitioning out of care, refugees, newcomers, youth fleeing abuse, and youth who need a hot meal and a place to feel welcome. The list goes on. I believe it is imperative for us to continue being able to provide all of the support we can offer. And for this reason, I ask members of the City Council to kindly rescind the decision to cut funding through restoring the grant in full in order to continue to support one of the most vulnerable populations of people in our community and help youth stay housed, safe, fed, warm, supported, and most importantly, finally recognized. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for calling in today. You do have a question from Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor, go ahead.
Hi, Kamiya. Is that how you pronounce it? Is that correct? Oh, good. Thank you for speaking to council today and sharing your experience. I really appreciate it. I know that you've spoken to the funding component, but I wonder if you could comment a little bit, if you feel you can, about do you feel that there are other barriers other than funding in terms of youth accessing these services?
Sorry, so just to get a better understanding of your question, did you mean at BYRC specifically or within youth services in general?
It could be both, however you'd like to answer that. I'm just curious in terms of how to sort of better connect people in or what the challenges are in doing that.
So I can speak on my experience as a young person. oftentimes across many community or youth or even social services, there's often a lack of proper programming that's there to support youth. There's a lack of proper understanding of appropriate language to use, especially for youth who are marginalized like myself. There's often a lack of education and understanding of unique identities such as mine, being a transgender woman, and the experiences that come with that. Oftentimes, there can be a lot of discrimination even within these services, and so because of that, I have found that in youth services, I haven't been taken seriously, or I haven't had people who are able to be competent enough to help me access the services that I need in order to, continue living a safe and fulfilling life. And so, yeah, that's what I would say for that's my answer for that question.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I really appreciate you sharing your own experience. I know that's not always easy to do, but it's important. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Thank you so much for coming in today and sharing your perspectives on this issue. We're going to move to our last speaker, who is Beverly Ho, speaker number 7.
Mayor, speaker 7 is not on the line.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that, clerks. And I'm just going to ask now for somebody to move the motion as we're done speakers. Somebody?
Point of privilege, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Wee.
Yeah, out of abundance of caution, I'm actually going to step away from this item. My mother sits on one of the boards, so I have a family member directly on one of the boards getting a grant, so I'll step away due to abundance of caution for this vote.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move. Swanson.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Councillor Dutra.
I heard Councillor Fry. Okay, now I'm moving queues. I know a number of you on this queue now, but I'm moving over to the main queue. So we have up to 5 minutes for debate. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead, up to 5.
Thanks. I have a point of information through you, Mayor Stewart, to staff, and I'm hoping that they can answer this. And if it takes a moment, I understand. I was going to wait for information on a previous report, but then they said that they could get that in just a moment. I'm happy to give a moment of my time to this, but I'd like to know, with the Multicultural Helping House, how many years did the city fund their grants and these specific services?
Good morning, Council. It's Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy. I understand that we've funded a Multicultural Helping House from approximately probably 2010. I'd have to get the exact date for you after the house was built, probably for about a decade. And we funded them up until they received partial funding in 2019.
Okay, and thank you. I don't need the exact date, but that was a very good range. It gives me an idea. Can staff comment on why, through another point of information, they haven't been considered for funding? Since?
Yes, we did consider them for funding this year. They did apply for funding. However, we had a lot of very difficult decisions to make. And we also, previous to that, a few years ago, had to undertake an audit of Multicultural Helping House. And some of those audit requirements have not yet been fulfilled. So there's a couple of reasons there as to why we were unable to recommend the grant to council.
Okay, and can I ask, and if it's not a question I can ask here, please direct me as to how I can ask that question appropriately. When will this audit be complete? And are there other organizations undergoing this audit process as well?
No, this audit was specific to Multicultural Helping House Society, and we would invite the executive director to come and meet with staff to talk through the outstanding pieces in that audit that we would like to see.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And this is the same type of process that you would hold any organization to. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate those answers. And Just one last follow-up question is after the audit's complete, or you have a chance to speak with the executive director, they would be considered just as any other organization would?
Yes, they would.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all.
Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, I have a point of information to staff, and it's just with respect to the bridge transition funding that's included in this report. If staff can maybe just expand on that and the purpose of having that bridge funding to the next intake.
Yes, absolutely. So this is Sonia Bianchi, Senior Social Planner for Social Policy Grants Program. The bridge funding is to assist in some of the changes to our grants program. So as Council may remember, we are looking to move towards a 2-cycle intake to allow more accessibility to our grants and less delay in accessing funds. So as a part of that, we did ask some of our grantees to move to the spring intake. As a part of that, we offered those grantees just a small bridge funding amount to ensure that there's no disruption to their programs that were previously funded through the Core Support Grant Program. So that's just a one-time allocation of funds to make sure that there's consistency in those programs as we transition to this 2-intake system.
Okay, thanks. That was going to be my next question, is that this was a one-time. And was it expected that with the organizations receiving this bridge funding that they would have received funding in the next intake?
Not that they would have received funding, but that they had historically received funding from us year over year. We didn't want to make we were asking them to apply and provide their applications in the next intake, which would be this spring in March when we open. And as a result of that, we couldn't really assess their organizations again for a full grant. And so this is just a partial grant based on what we gave the previous year to, again, and just ensure that they were able to continue operating.
Okay.
And then they'll apply now in March, and we'll assess each of them as we do all grants that come in through this stream.
Okay, and then one more question just with respect to, I noted in the report there are a number of organizations getting notification letters of this being their last year of funding, for example, the YWCA. And I'm wondering if are grantees becoming accustomed to that sort of process of indicating that, you know, you've had a certain number of years and we're transitioning you off and to look for other funding opportunities?
Yeah, absolutely. So in each of our intake periods, we also provide an information session to kind of give a sense of what our priorities are for the year moving forward, any changes to the program, et cetera. And we do definitely go over our criteria and what we're looking for and how competitive the program is. So at this point, when we did indicate that in the past few years, as well as in that information session, that we are looking very critically at embedding equity into our process and looking at the amount of resources that are available to an organization as part of that criteria around meeting financial need as a part of our assessment.
Okay, thank you very much for the answers, and thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'm really glad that we heard the speakers. Food services, newcomer services, youth services. These are really the best of what the city can enable. And I think it's really important for cities to be able to fund these. I really appreciate the work that the staff has done checking out the applications. And I hope in the next budget we can make sure that we have enough in there to fund the services that are needed. If we can get some money from senior levels of government, fine, but if not, I think we should do it. That's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. I also want to just speak strongly in support of these grants for a huge number of critical organizations who have provided incredible service above and beyond during the pandemic, and particularly to speak to the importance of the core funding that the city is providing in these grants. I know many nonprofits have a hard time accessing core funding like that and multi-year funding, and it's such a critical part of providing stability to plan ahead for these organizations that, again, do so much in our community. So really grateful for the work that staff and we as a city provide in partnership with so many community and social serving organizations. Thanks.
Thank you. That's it for council on the queue, council members on the queue. So I'll move to a vote on this item. Moving to a vote. Staff, you can mark Councillor Wiebe as, yep, declare conflict. Great, thanks so much. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Council. Council, at this point, I have to step away for my call with the Premier. So once Councillor Wiebe is back in the chambers, I'll ask him to take over chairing.
Councillor Wiebe is back.
Great. So if we're all ready to go, I'll hand it over to you, Councillor Wiebe. Thank you so much. And I'll see Council in camera at 1 p.m. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll now move on to report 8, inventory of parks, their status under the Vancouver Charter, and recommended permanent park designations. City Manager, do we have any report from staff or just questions?
Thanks. My mic isn't. Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Staff do have a relatively brief background presentation if that would be of assistance to council. Otherwise, we're happy to answer questions.
I've seen heads nodding. We would like to hear the presentation from staff. Thank you.
Great. Thanks. So I'll ask, I believe Paige Thompson is online and can present the presentation. So just as we're teeing that up, some context. This is work that was initiated a number of years ago between Park Board staff and city staff in recognition of the fact that there are a number of parks across the city that have not been formally designated as permanent or temporary parks. The work to review each of those parks is actually quite substantial. It involves a fair amount of study on the part of both Park Board staff as well as city staff. And that work has been disrupted over the last couple of years just due to the pandemic and staffing constraints. But we are kind of keen in partnership with Park Board staff to continue to move it forward. So this is the first report coming forward for Council's consideration today arising out of that work. And we would be looking to continue that over the coming months and years.
Do we have staff on the line?
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Paige Thompson. I have a brief presentation. I'll just share the PowerPoint with you now.
You can see it. Go ahead.
Thank you. So today I have a brief about 10-minute presentation on the report on the inventory of parks, their status under the Vancouver Charter, and recommended permanent public park designations. And, sorry, not advancing. There we go. So I'll briefly go over the Vancouver Charter and park status under the Charter, some more detail on the recommendation to designate 7 permanent public parks today, some more detail on the recommendation regarding parks under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation, and a very brief summary of next steps. So to begin with some context on the Charter and park status under the Charter, there's about 247 parks in Vancouver, and there's 3 possible statuses for parks under the Charter. There's permanent public park status, temporary public park status, and custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation. And each of these 3 statuses has different implications for 2 things primarily. For the powers of the Park Board, so for example, the status of the park can change who will sign a lease, whether it's the city or the Board of Parks and Recreation. And the other thing it has implications for is the long-term protection of the land for park use. So permanent public park having the highest level of protection for those lands. For all 3 of these statuses, the fee simple owner is the city, so the owner of the lands is the city. And for all 3 of them, the Park Board directs the day-to-day management, operations, and maintenance for the parks. So what's happened, as the city manager mentioned, is over time, park space has expanded in a number of ways. So direct purchase, donation, land transfer as a condition of rezoning. But in the past, in some cases, park status has not been clarified under the Vancouver Charter when that park was created or acquired. So that's one. And then the second is in some cases there are gaps in historical records that make park status unclear. So what staff have done to help clarify the status of parks in Vancouver under the Charter is undertaken a review of historical records, hundreds of records, to clarify which parks do have confirmed records under the charter to say they've been designated, and which parks don't have records to show they've been designated under the charter. So there are 157 parks in Vancouver which have records to show they are already designated by council as permanent or temporary. And so this is recommendation A that council receive for information that list. There's no further action required from council today. For the remainder, which is approximately 90 that don't have those records, staff will be reviewing them in batches. As the city manager mentioned, it's a fairly time-intensive process to do that review. And then staff will bring them forward to council in batches and make recommendations regarding status as appropriate. And so today we have a first batch of those 7 parks under recommendation B, which are recommended to be designated as permanent public parks today. Finally, recommendation C is that council make a wholesale determination regarding that remainder, so the remainder that does not have records of designated status, for those parks to be under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation. And I'll provide a little more context on why that recommendation is being made today a little bit later in the presentation. So as I've alluded to, it's important to know the status of parks for a number of reasons, but primarily because it helps define the decision-making authority and the operational roles and responsibilities between City Council and the Board of Parks and Recreation. And this helps ensure efficient provision of parks and recreation services delivered by the Board of Parks and Recreation. It also protects the long-term park use of designated lands. And so this is why knowing the status and clarifying the status of the charters is so important to do. I'll briefly go into now a little bit more detail on the parks that are being recommended today for permanent designation. So recommendation B in the report. So to begin the process of bringing parks to council in batches with recommendations for designation, these 7 parks were selected as a first batch as they're relatively low complexity to start. They have a long history of being a park. There's statutory rights of way in place, etc. Staff reviewed to confirm the city's interest in the land for each park. So is it leased or is it owned? To confirm that there would be no existing leases, licenses, reservations, or other restrictions that would be inconsistent with permanent park designation. To confirm there were no anticipated future utility uses or street widening or other things that would be inconsistent with permanent designation. And then also considering the current use of the land. So for example, utilities and infrastructure. But following all this review, there was also some administrative review in the background to kind of clean things up before they're brought to council. So removing charges, consolidating titles, etc. So this process has been completed for the 7, and that's why staff are recommending the following 7 parks for permanent designation today. And they are Alice Townley Park, Gaston Park, Major Matthews Park, McGill Park, Park Site on Trinity Street, which is an unnamed site that the Park Board will be working with local nations to name, W.C. Shelley Park, and Willow Park. And for your reference, this is what the parks look like on a map of Vancouver. So distributed across the city. So just to summarize recommendation B, through this review, staff have confirmed these 7 parks are suitable and recommended for permanent public park designation. And if confirmed by council today, it would provide the highest level of protection for these lands as park use. I'll now briefly go into a couple slides of context for recommendation C, which is parks under the, parks under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation. And so today staff are recommending that council determine the remainder, so all of the parks that do not have records of permanent or temporary designation, to be under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation. And this is really to bring, to confirm what is already an operational practice. So to confirm operational practice under the charter. And I'll give you a little bit, very brief history on why this is being recommended. Before 1978, the charter declared all public parks in the city were under the custody, care, and management of the Park Board. When the charter was amended in 1978, the permanent and temporary categories were added to the existing custody, care, and management wording. But the big change in terms of this report was that council was now required to declare each park as custody, care, and management, as opposed to it being automatically within that category. So now there was a change in that council had to make that declaration and confirm that for parks. So this created some uncertainty as parks brought forward to council for consideration after 1978. They were brought forward for permanent or temporary status, but they were not brought forward for custody, care, and management. So there were a number of parks that were not confirmed with a status under the charter. So this means that parks that don't have that permanent or designated status, they really don't have a status under the charter, and it's recommending that council formalize that today. So despite this change in wording, the park board has continued to manage all public parks in the city as if they were under that custody, care, and management status. So this means the park board is managing all operations such as the right to enforce bylaws, offer recreational programming, maintaining park buildings, etc. So therefore, to bring operational practice in alignment with the charter, the staff are recommending that council determine all parks not currently designated as permanent or temporary be determined to be under the custody, care, and management of the park board. So really this is to close the loop and link back to that historical language in the charter and the original intent. If adopted, this would, as I mentioned, just formalize operational practice and ensure that all parks in the city have a formalized status under the charter, which will provide a lot of clarity and yes, I think. So moving on now to a brief summary of next steps. These are the 3 recommendations for council today. As I mentioned, recommendation A is for council to receive the inventory of parks which have confirmed records to show status of designation status. So these are the 157 that are already designated permanent or temporary, and there's no action required from council today on those or recommended today. The second recommendation is to designate 7 additional parks as permanent public parks. So this is that first batch with subsequent batches to be brought forward to council in the future. And finally, for council to make a wholesale determination that any existing parks shall be determined to be under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation. So this is for parks that don't have those confirmed records of permanent or temporary status. Finally, as I mentioned, the next step is staff will continue to review parks without evidence of permanent or temporary designation and bring them forward to council with recommendations to designate as appropriate. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for the report. We do have councillors ready for questions to staff. We'll start with Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Chair, before you start my timer, can I move for a second round in case I run out? I have a few.
Yeah. We'll take a yes/no vote for second round of questions. All those in favor?
Point of procedure.
My procedure, Melissa Dijnova?
We need a seconder. I'm happy to second it, but just to follow procedure.
Yeah, there was a seconder in council.
Okay. All right. Maybe we could call that out just to make sure everyone's on the same page. Happy to vote in favor.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? None opposed? Go ahead, Kirby-Yung.
Thanks. I have a few questions, and I pulled this report because I think it's one of the most important ones on the agenda today, and this work was started when Councillor Wiebe and I were on Park Board, I believe, last term. My first question is with respect to Charleston Park, and when Council considered this, the False Creek South plan and development, there was direction that was given at the appropriate time in future to designate the current green space as permanent public park, and obviously that's a large project to unfold, but I didn't see Charleston referenced at all on this list. So I'm just looking for a bit of perspective on that, please.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. So Charleston Park does not have records to show permanent or temporary designation, so it wouldn't be listed in the appendix. It's just the parks with those records. And it wasn't in this first batch of parks to review.
Okay, hence the importance of the council direction in trying to protect that green space. Okay, I just want to be clear about that. The second question is with respect to McBride Park, which is something that Councillor Boyle and I have kind of been following up on and taking interest in, and the closure potential that came up. This was also happened when I was on Park Board last time, and something that Park Board were looking to explore with the city. I'm wondering, I know it's a bit tangential to the designation, but I'm wondering if there's any update with respect to the possible closure of Waterloo Park between the two blocks of green space there.
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't have details of McBride Park at hand, but could take that question away to follow up by email or memo.
Thank you. And maybe through the chair of the city manager, do you have anything to add on that? No, not at this point.
No, yeah, we're happy to follow up though. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. It's good. We're going through these quickly. My third one is with respect to the Sunset Beach parcels, and there's a number of them indicated there. There's sort of Sunset Park and Sunset Beach designation, and they're not indicated as park or temporary. They had a different categorization. Can you provide some color on that? Because it's a pretty significant area along the waterfront that's really well utilized as park space. Those, I think it's lots 1 since Sunset, lots 1 to 18.
Thank you for that question. I'll just need to take a moment to look up Sunset Park to be able to answer your question. One moment, please.
It's in Appendix A, I believe.
Well, Paige is looking that up. This is Karen from legal.
Page 24.
I can jump in a little bit and just note that Sunset and some of that area has permanent Crown water lot leases.
Sorry, can you speak up? We're having a bit of a hard time hearing you.
Oh, okay. Into the computer directly. Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Thank you.
Okay. Sunset is interesting, and that area around Sunset is interesting because there's a mix of titles there. Some of them are water lot. Oh, there's quite a few Crown leases and water lot leases, and then some of them are owned by the city themselves. We have to look them up, but they're quite old, and there's a lot of different titles, and so quite a few of them are actually under lease.
And under lease to, can you just expand a little bit, just so that council has a bit of sense?
Yeah, so they're provincial. I believe most of them are provincial land. I'd have to pull up the lease documents to verify it's provincial and not federal, but they are leased to the city for park purposes. And some of them have, I believe, terms that might be coming up. So I would have to look into the specific lease details for each one of those to be able to confirm that. But there is a mix of ownership in that area.
Is there any reason for risk or concern that they would not be released for the same purpose?
That I can't speculate on. That would have to be a conversation that real estate might need to advise on. And I'm not sure if there's any current communications happening with respect to those.
Okay, my last question, I've got a little bit of time, let's see if I can get through this, is with respect to the process which you outlined quite clearly of the 90 remaining that didn't have designation records, and you were batching this work to sort of keep it moving forward, and as opposed to sort of that large piece. Do you have a sense of what that process and timeline looks like in terms of bringing forward future designation groups?
Yes, thank you for the question. As mentioned, it's a fairly time-intensive process, so we anticipate we would be doing similar batches. But it's hard to comment on the timeline as we don't yet know how many from that 90 would be brought forward to council with a recommendation to designate it as permanent or temporary, and also unknown as we move up in kind of further complexity in parks and how long each one will take to review.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dijanova, you're up.
Very much. I'm wondering if prior to this, being a former park board commissioner and respecting the independence of the park board, have park board voted on this? I know that on our budget discussions, they actually vote before we do usually on the budget. And then we have, an understanding that they are accepting of that budget. So I'm wondering if park board has specifically voted on these recommendations before us.
Thank you for the question. Karen Grubb in Legal Services will answer your question regarding the approval and voting.
Thank you.
Hi, Councilor Tishnova. So in this case, there's actually no motion for the park board to make. There are two recommendations here, and both of them fall squarely under the jurisdiction of the council, the City of Vancouver Council. However, park board has been updated on this process. We've been very involved between this whole process has been completed collaboratively. Between park board and city staff. And the general manager of the park board has been quite involved in this process and has provided all of this information to the board in the form of a memo prior to this, and has not received, I believe, staff can correct me, but I don't believe they've received any concerns or questions on the matter from the commissioners.
It would be great to just have that information, although a formal vote, I understand, isn't needed. We do ask them to vote on the budget and their matters. So
Yeah, so the vote isn't required here because there is no matter for the park board to decide. However,
do we have any feedback from them, as you'd mentioned? Could I ask?
yeah, I believe Donnie Rosa is on the line, and so she can probably provide that information to you.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it's Donnie Rosa, GM of the Park Board. And as a matter of fact, the Park Board is in support, and this is a favorable move. We didn't bring it for a vote, but notionally, yes, in support.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate that. And another question that I have for staff is, and I couldn't pinpoint it or find it directly in this report. Wondering how much will the city be increasing the budget or envelope that we provide to Park Board for park maintenance for each of these parks?
Thank you for the question. To clarify, the change in status of parks being designated will not impact the direct the operations and maintenance are already being done by Park Board, and so there's no change in budget contemplated in this report.
Okay, so although we are considering, we are designating this parkland, the park board may have future plans for these parks to make sure that, you know, the horticultural needs, that other possibilities that are considered. I could go on and on and on within parks. They would have to come back to us. That hasn't been considered yet. If I could ask, maybe that's a question for the general manager of the park board, Donnie Rosa. Sorry to put you on the spot, Donnie.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not entirely sure about whether or not we would come back to council for those types of decisions, but the general maintenance and the types of horticulture and what goes on in these parks, I don't anticipate a drastic change. If they're part of a major development or project, of course, we would then be coming back through the board or through council for those things. But at this point, it's maintaining them as they are for the most part.
Okay, that answers all of my questions. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, you're up. Your mic's not on.
Thanks so much. Appreciate this update and all of the work. I just have one question, actually. And if we don't have the numbers in front of us, I'm happy to get them later. But I'm curious, having done this inventory, if staff have numbers for us on the amount of park space per person in different neighborhoods across the city, and how those numbers might inform future plans, both around new parks, but also around where we might be able to add more housing so that we're balancing out those numbers across neighborhoods a bit better.
Just a point of privilege, if I could.
Go ahead, Councillor
Boyle is not on the queue right now, and my time is running, and I do actually maybe have one more question. So it's my time running for Councillor Boyle, and I think I stopped at about 3:30. So thank you, Chair, and apologies for interrupting.
We will put you back at 3:30. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle. Or staff, can you respond to the question?
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, just to clarify, the question was regarding the park space per person in Vancouver. We would need to follow up to provide that information by email or memo. We don't have those details at hand today.
Okay, that would be great to get a sense of what that looks like in different neighborhoods across the city, what the variety or spread is across the city. That's my only question. Thanks for this work.
Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation today. I do have a question, a bit tangential. It's actually about park naming policy. And it's in response to queries I've had from residents in East Fraser Lands, in particular around what are kind of designated as Neighborhood Park North, Neighborhood Park South, and the former, having been built in 2012, doesn't have a name. I understand that there's work with Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh underway to name those parks, but I'm just curious if you have an update with respect to those parks in the East Fraser Lands.
Thank you for the question. We would need to follow up by email after with regards to specific parks in East Fraser Lands.
That would be great, and I'd certainly appreciate that, and do appreciate the thoroughness of your report today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, second round question.
I'll wait because I haven't.
Wait. Councillor Dijanova?
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up, and since there was an offer of a memo or coming back to council with information on Councillor Boyle's request, I was just also hoping that staff could clarify whether or not we still have a target in each area or neighborhood of 2.5 acres of green space per 1,000 people. I understand that prior to my time on the park board in 2011, that was in fact what it was. It was a target of 2.5 acres of green space per 1,000 people. But then that was changed by the government at the time to a 5-minute walk to green space, but that green space had no prescription. It could be a small postage stamp of green space, as long as it was a 5-minute walk from a person's residence. So could that also be clarified in the memo is my question, or response back to council.
Thank you for the question. We will take away that as well and respond to you.
Thanks. That's all.
Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. The inventory doesn't include a number of parks such as Nelson and Rupert, as these are not considered as permanent or temporary parks. Could you comment on how these parks that are not listed in the inventory will be treated?
Thank you for the question. So for simplicity, only parks with permanent and designated status were listed in Appendix A, but those other parks you mentioned would fall under the recommendation C, which is the recommendation that council confirm or determine that all parks without records of permanent or temporary status be under the custody, care, and management of the Board of Parks and Recreation.
Can you confirm that Nelson and Rupert parks would fall under that characterization?
Yes, any park that is being used as park would be within that definition.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks very much. I'm very interested in one of the ways in which we do acquire permanent parkland, which is listed on page 2 of this report, gift to the city for permanent public park purposes. I'm wondering if we have received very many gifts of that kind, and what the process would be if we I mean, with the cost of land being so high, are there financial benefits to gifting land to the city?
Hi, this is Karen from Legal. I will try this one on. We don't have too many records of lands being gifted to the city in the past, but it has happened on occasion. I remember about I would say 6 or 7 years ago, I worked on a file where a gentleman gifted a home that was his home to the city for community purposes in memory of his late wife. And that was something where essentially the property was given by a deed to the city, and we received it. The council does have the power to take land and acquire it under the charter, and park would be treated the same way as any sort of other real property. The difference being that under the charter, if land is given to the city either in a will or as a gift sort of a living trust or living memorial, as it might be, it would then fall under those categories in the charter as receiving permanent designation. It's very rare when this happens. I can't comment on whether or not this has any tax implications for the person giving the gift. I think it probably would have some sort of favorable financial implications for them. But it is an unusual circumstance that we would be dealing with on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. It would be great if it could be more than just unusual or common, but thank you very much for that answer.
Yeah, do you mean in terms of encouraging that type of gift? Yeah.
It's just getting
That would be
increasingly expensive to purchase land for parks. I'm worried about our ability to serve upcoming growth in population with more park space, and how we finance that, and whether or not those gifts are available. Those gifts could be pursued. But you did answer the question, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, thanks. I have one follow-up question actually for our GM, Donnie, following up on Councillor Carr's question, and that is with respect to the Vancouver Park Foundation that was an initiative passed last term for the explicit purpose of trying to encourage private donation of land. Can you advise on that, on this, any status, any movement?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. First of all, we do have a policy to accept these donations, and certainly of this magnitude. And yes, we are continuing that work. We have done some administrative work to keep it moving, and we are turning our attention as we have capacity now to do this work.
Okay, because that was, I know that in the time since that motion was passed at Park Board, the BC Parks established their own foundation provincially. And they have had, I understand, some success with some donations. So I'm hopeful to see that move forward. Thank you. I'm happy to move the recommendations, Chair, if seeing no one else on the queue.
I have myself on the queue for questions.
Okay, I'll hold.
First question, it's great to hear at Metro Vancouver's Parks Foundation's also seeing some land being gifted. My question is, in recommendation C, it talks about all existing parks. I'm wondering why there wasn't an appendix that showcased that list of parks, recognizing there might be neighborhoods hoping to see their park on this list. I'm just wondering, was there parks that we weren't sure about, or what was the reasoning behind not giving a list for recommendation C?
Thank you, Council, for the question. We could provide further inventory. We're just aware of the length of the report, and because recommendation C was a wholesale declaration for all of those parks fitting that definition, decided not to list them individually, but certainly could provide that by email as follow-up if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful. I think it would be great to see the list of parks. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Happy to move the report, Chair.
Second, Councillor DiGenova.
Councillor Kirby-Yung, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks. I pulled this report because I thought it was, I wanted to ask some questions, but I also thought it was really important to emphasize the significant role of green space that it plays in our city. Pre-pandemic, in terms of livability, Vancouver's always had a rich history and legacy, and it was referenced earlier, of aspiring to keep a significant amount of green space relative to the population. And that is one of the things that has made Vancouver, Vancouver, whether it's the inland parks, the beaches, or the other designated areas. I think that we all saw during the pandemic how fundamentally important the parks are to livability, to health, to mental health. And so the protection of the existing green space that we have as the city continues to densify, let alone the need to grow that green space, which is really difficult, has been mentioned by some of my colleagues with respect to land value, or even assembly now, given that there's less and less space that is not developed, really can't be understated. And so I think it's really helpful for this new council to have that perspective on this. That's why we have a higher threshold to take park space out of an inventory, that it requires a 2/3 vote of both the park board and the city council of the day. But it's also really important, I think, that each body take those moves to protect the space that we have, because we are stewards of the land and the livability there. And you know, again, as people live in increasingly smaller spaces, those parks become their backyards because people just don't have the luxury of having one now. So I just wanted to sort of highlight that and the importance of this work. And I'm looking forward to new batches coming forward, hopefully with some of the pressures from COVID have alleviated. Thank you.
Thank you. See no one on the list, we'll go to a recorded vote. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much, Council. Thanks, staff, for the report. We'll now move on to report Board of Variance bylaw update. Do any members wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to questions. Councillor Hardwick.
I'm presuming there's no staff report on this, just to confirm.
City Manager, can we confirm there's no staff report on this item?
There's the report that was circulated with the agenda. There's no presentation, though.
No presentation? Okay, we'll go straight to questions. Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks very much. It's my understanding that this report suggests reducing the number of meetings from every 2 weeks or twice a month down to once a month. I'd like to understand the rationale for halving the number of meetings. That's a question.
Yep. Staff, do we have staff online to answer this question?
Louis, did you want to take that one?
Maybe I can get a couple more seconds back.
So I don't think Louis is on. He's the board secretary, but at this point, the director of planning has the authority to relax additional or more zoning and development bylaw variance applications. So the number of appeals that the board is seeing is significantly reduced over the last 5 to 10 years, from approximately 20 to 25 down to around 6 to 8 per meeting. So the number of meetings required does not need to be as many as there are. If additional meetings are required, so say that the number of appeals did come in a little bit higher than that, the board could schedule additional meetings.
My understanding is that they've had trouble getting through their agendas. This would also take away the requirement of the board to provide written reasons for their decisions. Under what conditions is not providing written reasons for decisions justifiable?
Grant, can I defer to you on that one?
Certainly, it's Grant Murray with Legal Services. There will still be written reasons required or provided as a result of the processes that's stated in the report. My understanding is that the problem is similar to the problem the council faces. It's difficult to craft reasons that everybody shares. And so in court, it is often proven difficult. This is our understanding from the lawyer who represents the Board of Variance, their separate counsel, that they will be asked, well, is this the official reasons of the board as a whole, when in fact they are not? And the board members may have different reasons. They still will be required to provide a summary. They still have to have an open and opaque and reasonable position taken as a result of the decision that's referenced in the report. But there's a real difficulty in crafting particular wording that everybody agrees on, and it may not in fact reflect everybody's opinion. It's a little bit like saying what council's position was when there's in fact 11 different votes. They still will be providing written summary opinion decisions.
How many years has the Board of Variance been following these practices?
So, well, the requirement for the introduction of reasons was done in the last bylaw. It wasn't in the previous bylaw.
There's no mention of reinstating third-party appeals to the Board of Variance, a topic of considerable controversy a number of years ago. Is that contemplated that we will be reinstating third-party appeals toward the Board of Variance?
My understanding is that third-party appeals were found to be ultra vires or outside of this jurisdiction of the Board of Variance. They had no authority to hold them all the time that they did hold them, and the court struck it down. If we wanted to have third-party appeals, we would have to ask for a Vancouver Charter amendment.
That's interesting. Thank you very much for your answers.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is just with respect to, in reference to the report that while an annual report has been required under the bylaws, it's never been produced, but we're suggesting striking any kind of annual report being provided to council. And I'm curious about that because I find that we often get questions and queries from the public with respect to Board of Variance decisions. And as a member of council, I would certainly value having a roll-up of decisions. And I'm just curious as to the rationale for why that's never been produced, but why we would strike that from the requirements.
Lewis, I can start on that. So the Board of Variance operates independently. Their decisions, as of, well, in the next week or so, we're just working on it with IT. All decisions will be on their meeting packages will be posted online. So if council did have any questions with regards to the activities of the Board of Variance, they could refer to those. If council wishes, I mean, this section could stay in and the board could continue to, or could start to provide reports. Lewis, do you have anything to add to that?
No, that explains it very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, as a follow-up to Councillor Hardwick's question, currently with the number of appeals that are in, will the board be able to hear every single one of those appeals with these meeting dates altered and canceled, some of them?
Yes, Councillor. We're still hearing all the appeals per month, and the number of appeals have been dropping since the pandemic. And we're hoping to have one meeting, for example, hearing all the appeals, instead of having two. When one meeting, for example, we have two appeals at the next hearing, and the following meeting we only have one. So we're trying to sort of reduce the overall cost as well.
Okay, and I'm just wondering, does this limit people who are working, have childcare issues? Does this limit their ability to choose different dates or when they put their appeals forward? Because they would all have to come to one meeting, is that correct?
It's up to the applicants, owners, or designers to choose a date. I usually give 2 or 3 dates in advance of the hearing dates coming up, and it's entirely up to them.
Okay, and right now, if we did not vote for this, my question would be, would each meeting just end early if they were finished?
Correct, yes.
Okay. I'm done with my questions, but I'm happy to put myself on the queue for discussion, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, staff.
Yeah, we still have councillors with questions to staff. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I realize that some of these are sort of administrative in terms of the amount of time and that to meet, but I wonder if I could ask a question of staff, if they'll indulge me in a bit of a broader perspective, and that is, we get, as councillors, ask questions oftentimes consistently when there is an existing city policy, and by its definition, its name is the Board of Variance, and the Board of Variance overturns it, and quite often it's related to cannabis stores, often in densely populated areas, like the West End, for example, close to schools. This is probably the number one that I can think of on this term in terms of Board of Variance related items that have come back in correspondence to me from the public. And so my question really is, how do we sort of respond to that? Because there is this sense from the public that there's no point in the city having its bylaw because they just get placed anywhere anyway, regardless of being located near playground, schools, and so on. And given that the city is, so I guess I'll start there. Thanks.
Okay. Sitting at all these appeal hearings since 2016, dealing with the cannabis appeals in front of the Board of Variance are allowing appeals based on limited time. If they choose to accept the variance of the zoning. So I've been seeing 1 to 2 year terms, and then they come back to the board, come back to the city with a new application, and then we also notify the neighborhood for further response. I don't know. Does that answer your question in terms of the Board of Variance monitoring after a year or two?
So I'm just reflecting back then, you're saying the Board of Variance
Sure.
may overturn the city's review of an application, but it's time bound usually for a
Correct.
period of
That's
time, and
correct.
then it comes back again.
Yes, and we're looking for comments from the neighborhood and further input over the last 2 years. If there are any complaints on file,
Do you have
any
any,
police reports. Yeah.
sorry to jump in because I have limited time, but do you have any insight as to why they're doing that? Because it really is the number one frustration that I hear. Just in terms of the rationale and the reasons, while we're talking about reasons coming to the Board of Variance as to why they're
Well, they look at the
disregarding,
overall.
perhaps, if I could characterize it that way, the city's bylaw.
I guess it will be up to the board members to answer that question. But I've been seeing them asking for surveys and land surveys to see exactly where they're at. Some of them, for example, we had an appeal recently. It was 274 meters from property line to property line, and if you take it from building face to building face, it was over 300 meters in distance. And we just allowed one appeal based on that that ground in terms of the distancing. And then we gave them for 1 year, and they'll have to come back for a further year for further review.
Okay, and then a more global question. So the Board of Variance, like, can you comment on the scope of its powers then to overturn city bylaws in general?
Well, they're relaxing the zoning, and it's really case by case. And I can't say they're all overturning all the cannabis appeals, but it's case by case, neighborhood input. I wish some of the members were here to answer that question. That's all I have for you, Councillor.
Yeah,
If I could go in there.
It's more of a governance question.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Maybe pause my timer, please.
May I ask my point of procedure?
Yes, you may.
Are we here to discuss meeting dates for the mandate of the Board of Variance?
We're discussing the report Board of Variance bylaw update.
Okay, and I'm just wondering if this is within the realm of the recommendations.
I allowed it because it was put towards the report, and I think Councillor Kirby-Yung has completed that comment.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, no, I didn't mean to interrupt. Councillor Kirby-Yung can continue on. I just wanted to make sure I understood what we were discussing. I thought the recommendations were about dates. Thank you.
Bit broader. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Yung, if you want to stick to the report.
Yeah, thank you. So just linking that back to the report, I'm asking the question around scope in terms of the discussion that came up around the meetings or reporting back in terms to council. And that's why I'm asking, trying to understand the scope of it in terms of what information might be reported back when we discuss the annual report to council. So I was just looking for some perspective there, and just perhaps staff maybe just articulating kind of broadly the role of the Board of Variance.
Certainly. Sorry, I'll just weigh in here. It's Grant Murray with the Law Department. The Board of Variance for the City of Vancouver has more power than other boards of variance outside of Vancouver. Again, it's one of either the good things or the curses of the Vancouver Charter. They can essentially review any exercise of discretion that is carried on by the Director of Planning or the Development Permit Board. They're entitled to second guess that. And provided that they're not being unreasonable about their second guessing of it, they're authorized to do that. To a large extent, our zoning powers have a great deal of discretion in them. So the more discretion granted to the Director of Planning and the Development Permit Board, the more discretion the Board of Variance also has. And that's an important consideration. I've joked that if we're going to blow up the balloon, they get to play with it too. And there's an awful lot of discretion packed into our zoning bylaw, and that's why the Board of Variance is entitled to weigh in on it too. If you're looking for some type of memo about the description of the distinction between our Board of Variance and others, I'd be happy to entertain that. But it is more powerful, and there is an awful lot of discretion that they can revisit.
Very helpful, Grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just following on my question earlier and in response to the clerks, I would like to move an amendment to retain the annual report and it, in part, and I've circulated an amendment, and I'll appreciate any guidance from the clerks or legal on if it needs to be reworded. I can certainly submit that. But in hearing our staff, articulate the authority and power of the Board of Variance and in the ability to overturn decisions made by staff. And given that often we do get queries on the subject of decisions made by the Board of Variance, how it relates to city policy and the regulatory framework, I think there's a lot of merit in having that roll-up summary that comes to council. And so that's my hope in moving the amendment, to simply to have that retained in the bylaw and that it be adopted in practice.
Councillor DiGenova.
Respond questions to staff.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
I just thought you had questions to staff on your proposed amendment, but seeing none, we will. Would someone like to move?
Chair, sorry to interrupt.
I
just had one more point to add to the scheduling question.
Yeah, we will have. Go ahead.
So a lot of comments we received from the board also were with respect to their time. They are generally largely a volunteer body. The 5 members that sit there, they are selected for their experience in the development industry and that type of knowledge. They do receive some remuneration, but again, that's just for a small compensation for attending meetings and conducting site visits. So I just wanted to mention that also.
Thank you. Councillor DiGenova, do you have a question to staff?
I do now, actually, because of the last comment that was just made, and then I'd be happy to support. If Councillor Dominato wants to move the motion with an amendment, I'd be happy to second that. But that's where I think we were going. But my question right now is specifically, did we not have more members apply for the Board of Variance or more applications for the Board of Variance than we did indeed accept? And the reason I ask that is if there was an issue with members who sit on that board and their time, then they could in fact choose to decline and resign from that position, and other directors who had that time could be chosen, as we see sometimes with other city advisory committees. Is that true? Is that consistent? I'm not asking specific questions about any application, as I understand that might need to go in camera, but just wondering if we had a lack of applications coming forward from experienced and accredited people.
Louis, do you know? I haven't seen the applications.
I haven't seen it, councillors, but I understand that there are 2 additional alternate members appointed. So we actually have 7. And if any of the board members resign currently out of the 5, there will be 2 additional members that can step in. That's my understanding from the last appointment.
Okay.
And
thank you, Councillor.
Very much. That's helpful.
All right. Seeing no other questions, would someone like to move the motion?
I'm happy to.
By Dominato.
That's helpful.
Second by DiGenova. We'll now move to debate. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, Chair. Getting back to procedure. So I've circulated an amendment, and I've already spoken to it. Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. And it's simply
to an amendment queue
to retain a requirement of the Board of Variance to prepare an annual report, because I think there's great merit in that for council to see the roll-up of issues that come forward. It adds a layer of accountability. And that hopefully it would be adopted in practice. As I understand it, it has never been prepared in the past. So, and I'm hoping the clerks will advise as to whether the amendment I prepared is in order or if I need to reword it. Please advise. Thank you.
Are you asking if your own amendment is in order?
Sure. I'm just doing my due
point
diligence.
Of privilege or point of procedure.
Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Could we move to an amendment queue?
We are in an amendment queue.
Okay. I just didn't know Councillor Dominato had spoke for 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I have a point of information on this. I'm wondering if this would retain this amendment to the report, and the recommendations together would retain the meetings currently scheduled for the Board of Variance.
Can you repeat that?
Would this amendment, alongside the staff recommendations, if passed, retain the scheduled number of meetings? The meetings that are currently scheduled for the Board of Variance, the number of them, instead of reducing them?
Yeah, staff have a response.
Yes, it would make the change to the number of meetings as recommended in the report. This does not change the meetings. This only changes the report to that the Board of Variance provides to council.
Okay.
Mhm.
And a follow-up question to that is, could we sever and support this, but not the other portion of the report that does ask for reduction in meetings?
Question to staff.
Councillor, are you
sorry.
asking? Yeah, sorry, Katrina. Are you asking to keep and maintain the 22 to 24 meetings per year, Councillor?
Yes, I am.
As
Okay.
Lewis, I can answer. In terms of
Okay,
the
sure.
way the motion is worded currently, it can't be severed in that manner.
It can't be severed in that manner. So this amendment, if passed, could not be severed from the other staff recommendations.
This current
That
amendment,
if
yes, but not the meetings. This amendment does not apply to the meeting schedule.
I wanted to just make sure, because I'd like, and what I'll say in support of this is I support this amendment, appreciate my colleague bringing this forward, and while I support this, I will not support a reduction in the meetings, because I understand that there are a number of different matters that come before the Board of Variance, and those include people who are looking to possibly alter their homes for reasons of making them more accessible. I know that there are people who come before the Board of Variance for many other reasons. So for that reason, I will support this amendment, but I won't be able to support the main recommendations that would change and reduce meetings and people's accessibility to the Board of Variance. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question to clerks. We had to ask if this was in order. Is the amendment in order?
Sorry.
Yes. Oh, go ahead.
My understanding is that it is.
Yes. Yeah, our recommendations is in order.
Perfect. And seeing no other councillors on the queue, we will call a vote on the amendment. Has passed with no one in opposition. Unanimous vote. Absent. We will now move on to the amended motion. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I will not be supporting this report. Further eroding public democratic practices through halving the number of meetings in the Board of Variance is unacceptable. Yes, it's understandable that the number of meetings and the number of instances declined during the pandemic, but we're coming out of that now, and to be adjusting our practices around this based on the outlying experience of a pandemic is not a rationale that I can support. That's the bottom line on it. We need to continue having these on a bi-weekly basis or twice a month. It is unacceptable to cut those in half on the basis that this is an important part of our democratic practices for our public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
I just wanted to request severing. I believe the new amendment added, and if I could ask as a point of procedure, would now be letter C. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes.
Chair will show on screen. It's a subsection of A, but it could be severed.
Okay, I would like to sever that, if I may, Chair. And I will be supporting A, and the second subsection is the amendment, is my understanding. Is that correct?
Yes.
Point of procedure? Okay, so I will be voting in favor of A subsection 2, but I will not be able to vote for A subsection 1 or B at this time because I do believe that there should be access and accessibility, and I don't think that it's about picking and choosing. You know, although I do empathize with some of the complaints that I receive and have questioned decisions before I've tried to receive it, to get information from the Board of Variance. It was a very cumbersome process, actually. I was surprised at how much effort and work it took and how long it was going to take to get that information back at one point. But we can't pick and choose. I mean, there are definitely decisions the Board of Variance has made that I don't understand. And I've heard from residents, as Councillor Kirby-Young had mentioned, with cannabis dispensaries. But as I mentioned also, there's also people who have gone to the Board of Variance for reasons of accessibility, for reasons of trying to make their homes more accessible for people who are living there, who are confined to wheelchairs. And I believe that we need to make these meetings accessible. So for those reasons, I won't be able to support the staff recommendations, but I do appreciate the work staff has put into this and appreciate the annual report that will be coming back to council, and that's why I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd just like to thank Councillor Dominato for putting forward that amendment. I think that's a really great idea to have the actual report of this. Sorry.
Motion to extend would be helpful.
Oh, thank you. Could I move to extend the meeting past 12 to finish this item?
Yes, you
Second.
may. Second, Councillor Dijanova, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passed unanimously. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I'd like to see that report to council. The fact that it hasn't been done actually is disturbing. I think there is a lot of information, and like Councillor Kirby-Young, I live in a neighborhood where there have been pot shops, as they call them, open up very close to a school, way within the prescribed distance originally, and it's been a cause of concern. Overall, I am very supportive of the changes suggested. And just to counter Councillor Hardwick, the change around meeting times is to say it must meet at least once a month, and that there is the board's ability to hold meetings to meet the needs or the demand of the items. I think having a meeting to deal with one item is difficult for people who are asking to be there on a volunteer basis and for staff and that support. So it makes much more common sense to me to see that decrease, which reflects the number of appeals we have currently. If that number of appeals increases, I am absolutely trusting staff will include increased numbers of meetings. And if they need to come back to us to say we need to have scheduled into people's schedules at least 2 a month, I think they'll come back to us to say that. But for now, this makes abundant good sense to me, so I will support.
Thank you. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, we will move to a split vote, severed vote.
And just a point of privilege, my orange cone isn't working, so if you could just read out the exact sections that we're voting on, Chair, as we vote, I can.
Chair, it's clerks, we've highlighted the first vote, and then it would be.
I cannot read those on the orange cone, so
Okay, the first vote is that council approve in principle the proposed change to the Board of Variance bylaw generally as shown in Appendix A and described in this report, which was the former A. So that will be the first vote.
Chair, Councillor Kirby-Young needs to vote.
Vote assist. That vote passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Dijanova in opposition. We'll now move to recommendation A2, which is that council direct staff to retain the duties of the secretary as set out on the Board of Variance bylaw 2.5G, which includes preparation of annual reports to council summarizing the issues heard by the board. We'll now vote. That passes Unanimously. We'll now move on to recommendation B. We'll vote. That passes with Councillor Digenova and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. That concludes this report. And seeing the time, we will now move to lunch from 12 to 1 and move to in camera from 1 to 3. So we'll be back in chambers at 3 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Good job.
Welcome back to the council meeting of March 1st, 2022. We're now on to referral reports. We'll start with referral report 4, amendment to the regional contact statement, official development plan bylaw for 1325 to 1333 East Georgia Street. Do we have a report or just questions?
Chair, this was held by Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thank you. Is this with respect to the OCP?
This is a regional context statement,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for staff, and it's with respect to, I'm trying to choose my words carefully in the context of a public meeting, is the referral of this to public hearing and the implications for future use of this site, and whether that will be permissible with a temporary modular housing site. And maybe staff could comment on it at high level.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. And I believe we've got staff from ACCS, Sandra and her team on as well. So to confirm, what's being proposed here is a 10-year time frame for the temporary modular housing. So it would need to be removed within that 10 years. That is the understanding of the applicant for the project. So they're building that into their plan, but would defer to Sandra and her team if there's anything else they want to speak to in that regard.
Alison Dunnett, Senior Planner, Esther Rosen Supportive Housing and ACCS. No, just to say that the construction process here is a little bit different. This is a concrete box pod. And so there will be some differences in the relocation, but we're confident right now in the team and that they're prepared for that. Turned over to Chris Robertson. I think he might have something additional to add.
Hey there, sorry about that. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director of Citywide and Regional Planning. Yeah, the term is for 5 years plus a 5-year extension. So after 5 years, we would look at a renewal of another 5 years. At that point, we would start to lay out what would happen at the 10-year mark. This is a permanent conversion of the lands. I want to be clear on that. And it would require future reconversion of the lands back to their original designation. It is meant to be temporary, up to 10 years, but it is a permanent version into 10 years.
Thank you. Can I just ask a follow-up question? Is just, and to be clear, is that this, so LUMA's purchased the site. It is being referred to public hearing, so it still has to go through the process of rezoning or conversion to allow the modular housing, but they have purchased it with that intent.
So the my understanding of the purchase agreement is that it would allow it to move to general urban, but it wouldn't be permissive of the modular housing. I think the important thing to note is that the conversion of the lands is tied to the lands, not the use. After the 10-year mark, temporary modular is meant to be relocated. The lands would then be reconverted back to their original designation.
So we would anticipate at the end of those 10 years, we would be able to revert back to industrial use if, and again, it's the assumption that council would approve this through a public hearing.
That is correct.
Okay. And do we foresee any challenges with that in the future at this time?
I might have Allison weigh in on that. Allison?
At this point, I can say that the applicant, Luma Native Housing, has also been clear that they see the value to them in having an industrial site at the end and see other uses or other potential ways they could put that out into the market. So their intention to us has been around a 10-year application and a recognition that once it's put back in, it would still have value to them as a nonprofit, as a land holding. Maybe not for housing, but other purposes.
Okay, thank you. And just one question through the chair to the clerks is that in speaking to the referral itself, I would presume that I can't actually speak to the content of this report. We would have to wait till public hearing in terms of the merits of it with respect to industrial land, so on. That's a public hearing conversation, correct? I think I know the answer, but I'm just looking for information.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson, you're up.
Yeah, I always hate the idea of these places having to move after 10 years, which means evicting everybody and finding another place for them to go. Has some thought been given to getting a place for Luma that would last more than 10 years so it could be permanent modular without having to move it?
Yeah, is ACCS able to handle that question?
This is the site that Luma has decided to move forward with. And, you know, we have done this on other pieces of land in the city of Vancouver. So I think we have confidence in the team bringing the proposal forward that they will have a tenant relocation plan in place and the opportunity as a holder of other nonprofit housing to relocate people into permanent housing at the end of that time period. But that is a limitation, as you point out, Councillor, in anytime we're using a temporary piece of land. But overall, I think we've said it weighs in the balance that getting opportunities for people to be housed and rapidly housed is a priority of all the partners.
Yeah, I know we just had to move some folks from the Little Mountain site. And the problem, of course, is that when you have to move people out of temporary modular, that they then go into other housing that other homeless people can't get. So, I mean, I'm going to support this, but this referral, but I think that is a problem that we should try and deal with.
Procedure, go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
For referral motions, are we only not able to discuss whether it should move to referral, not the content of the report itself?
That's correct. Swanson, you finished?
I'm done.
Yeah, Councillor Hardwick, you're up.
Well, I was going to ask some more questions, but I know they would be outside the rules of only talking about whether it should be referred or not. So I'll wait until the public hearing.
Sounds good. Seeing no one else on, we'll vote to move this referral. We'll vote on screen. Do we have a mover for this referral report? So move Carr, second Boyle. And we'll now take the vote on screen. The vote is unanimous. We'll move on to the referral report, CD1 rezoning 1477 West Broadway. This was held by Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. I have circulated an amendment through the clerk and checked the wording on this because my understanding is, just to confirm, that at this stage all we can do is either approve a referral, deny a referral, or refer it back. Just correct. Confirming that is the case.
Will be need to be moved in on the floor before we can do an amendment. Referral, is that correct, clerk? Yes.
May I speak to it before? Or
yes, you can speak to it now.
Thank you. So this is a case of cart and horse. 7 times throughout the report that council has received, the city staff state that the proposed height and density of the proposal aligns with the Broadway plan. refined directions, even though the Broadway plan is not finished, nor has it been approved by council. Moreover, there is an information bulletin that has just been published by the city inviting public input into said Broadway plan. So for us to have a legitimate sense of this particular proposal in the larger context of a significant change to the city through the Broadway plan, it's incumbent on this council to wait until that plan and that public consultation is completed before advancing this proposal, to refer it to public hearing. Otherwise, the whole public process, the public consultation process around the Broadway plan is, not seriously, I know I have to watch my words carefully on this, but how can we say that we're consulting with the public and then turn around and have this proceed at this time? It seems to me that the Broadway plan timeline has been clearly articulated by staff through the public consultation process that was again just published in this information bulletin, and that this council intends to be approving the Broadway plan during our term. So on that basis, I believe that this referral should be referred back to the Broadway plan and not approved and moved forward to public hearing at this time.
Okay. Seeing no one on, would anyone like to move this referral report? Second? Second, Councillor Carr. It's now on the floor. Would anyone like to put an amendment for? Do you want to get on the list, Councillor Hardwick? Hardwick, go ahead.
Thank you. I mean, I've just stated my case on this, and I think it would go a long way for public trust for this council to refer this not to public hearing, but to wait until the Broadway plan is complete and certainly past the point of the current and upcoming public consultation.
All right, we have the amendment on the floor. We'll join an amendment queue. Can we get a seconder to the amendment?
Second.
Second, Councillor Kirby-Yung. We'll now move to debate or questions. Councillor Carr, you're up first.
Chair Weeb, I do have a question as a point of information through your staff, if that's okay.
That's fine, go ahead.
Great. And my question really is, what is staff's response to the question raised by Councillor Hardwick that this report refers to aligning with the Broadway plan when the Broadway plan is indeed not yet completed?
Thanks for the question. Great. Fine, staff's on. Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, this was the subject of an issues report that we brought to council, I believe, last summer, and asking council permission to bring this forward, and because it complied with the rezoning policy, and council did approve that. That's why the case is proceeding.
Point of privilege. I'm having trouble hearing the audio.
Are you able to repeat your answer and focus to make sure that the sound is a little bit clearer?
Sure. Yeah, let me just turn over here. Thank you for the question. We did bring this item to the council last summer. I'm looking just to give me the specific date. Last summer in an issues report, because it does comply with the interim rezoning advice on whether or not cases can proceed forward. This one in particular, we were trying to align the station development with work going on for the subway. Council did approve the issues report so that this case could.
Yep.
If I could have a second question?
Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Great, thank you. Just in follow-up to the answer, could you just remind council of what that issues report that we passed last summer stated around height and density and in regards to the station area where this is located?
The author of the report, John Rottenberg, is on the call. John, could you respond to that question?
it's sorry, John Grottenberg is here, but
I see, John. You must be having trouble. Des, could you respond to the question?
Hello?
Go
Hello?
ahead, we can hear you.
Hi there, Desiree Druitt here, rezoning planner. I think the question was, at the time of the issues report, what was in the Broadway plan regarding height and density for the site, is that correct?
Well, what was in the, I guess, proposed or developing Broadway plan? What was it in the issues report that we passed at council that provides the basis for this particular referral coming forward?
So in July 2021, the issues report, council approved recommendations in that issues report and to instruct staff to consider the rezoning application as an exceptional circumstance under the policy for the rezoning applications for the Broadway plan.
Okay, that's clear. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Advance Hardwick, please.
Thank you. Can you refresh my memory in what the issues were and around that report at the time and what the vote of council was at the time? I'm referring to the fact that the original application on that site was for a 5-story development.
Right.
And the discussion that went on at the time?
Oh, we have John Grottenberg here now with us. Thanks, John.
thanks, Councillor. My apologies. I just missed the last part of that question.
Well, the Councillor Carr had brought up the fact that there had been a prior direction from council to move forward on this application as a special instance. And I'm asking for confirmation of what the issue and the surrounding this particular site was, Coles Notes version, of course, and what the vote was.
The issue of the issues report was really the timing around integration with the subway project, given delays to the Broadway plan due to COVID, extended engagement, etc. So not wanting to impact the subway when it opened in May 25, staff recommended that council direct staff to consider a rezoning application in advance of the Broadway plan considered by council to enable that earlier consideration of rezoning.
Can you remind us what the original height, how many stories the original application was versus this one that was moved forward at that time?
The approved development permit was for 5 stories.
And the current one is for 39 stories. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And could you tell us, it must be a matter of record in the minutes, what the vote breakdown was of council? Was it unanimous?
Council passed it. It was not unanimous.
Thank you. So it's safe to say that there remains concern around this. Again, my question goes back. Oh, sorry, if I can continue with my line of questioning around the appropriateness of doing this at this time when we just released an information bulletin to the public saying that we were going to be seeking their input on this Broadway plan. And my opening remarks were, I guess, about cart and horse. It's about order and sequencing of events and, of course, public trust.
Thank you. No more questions. We'll move to a vote on the amendment.
Thank you.
Can you put the amendment up on the screen? Yeah. Amendment is to refer. Voting that council refer the CD1 rezoning 1417 West Broadway back to staff till the Broadway plan is complete.
Chair, Councillor Dominato to vote, please.
That fails with Carr, Fry, Weeb, Boyle, and Dominato in opposition. We'll move back to the referral report. Do we have any other councillors that would like to speak to the referral report?
I have privilege. Could you just repeat the vote, Chair Weeb? I was having trouble hearing.
In opposition, Carr, Fry, Weeb, Boyle, Dominato.
Okay.
Two absent. Nope. Perfect. We'll go to vote on the referral report, C1 rezoning 1477 West Broadway.
Chair, Councillor Carr to vote.
That passes with Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Bly, and Councillor Kirby-Yung in opposition. We'll now move on to bylaws. We have 12 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to the public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings and wish to vote on the enactment. Bylaw 1 is from the public hearing of November 16th and 23rd, 2021. Councillor Bly was absent from the item. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
No and no.
Okay. Bylaw 2 is from the same public hearing. Councillor Bly, Councillor Carr were absent for this item. Councillor Bly, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I have not and I will not.
Councillor Carr? Has none. Bylaw 10 is from the public hearing of June 17th, 2021. Councillors Digenova and Hardwick were absent for the item. Councillor Digenova, is she present at this moment? No. Councillor Hardwick, have you?
No, no and no.
No and no. Council Bylaw 11 is from the public hearing of September 12th and 17th. Bly and Hardwick were absent for some of the item of the public hearing. Councillor Bly, you've reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting?
I have not and I will not.
Councillor Hardwick?
No and no, thanks.
Does any member wish to hold any of the bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? Councillor Swanson?
I would like to hold number 1, 2, 10, and 11.
Okay, so we have 1, 2, 10, and 11 held by Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick?
1, 2, 10, 11, but I'd like to add 7 to that.
Chair, before you go forward, bylaw 4 needs to be withdrawn as there was changes to the Board of Variance bylaw. We'll bring it forward at a future date.
Okay. Do we need a motion to remove 4? No? Okay.
So moved, Councillor.
4 is moved. 4 is removed. So we will start off by, can we get a mover to move 1, 2, 10, and 11?
So moved, Councillor Bly.
Moved by Bly, seconded by Kirby-Yung. We'll vote in favor on screen of 1, 2, 10, and 11.
Point of procedure, Chair.
Do 7 separately.
I know. I just noticed that 10. We were grouping 1 and 2 with 10 and 11, and I was not in attendance for 10 and 11, so I cannot vote on them together with 1 and 2. So would it be possible to do 1 and 2 separate?
You can vote with them together, and the clerks will record that you've.
Okay. Thank you.
So again, we'll be voting for bylaws 1, 2, 10, and 11 on screen. that has passed with 2 in opposition, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Hardwick. We'll now be voting on bylaw 7. 728, 796 Main Street. We have a mover. Moved by Dominato. Seconder.
Councillor Bly.
Councillor Bly. We're voting on bylaw 7. That passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Hardwick. We'll now be voting on 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, and 12. Do we have a mover? Kirby Young, second. Councillor Carr. We'll go to vote on screen.
Chair, Councillor Kirby Young to vote.
Yeah. That passes unanimously. We'll now move on to administrative motions. There are 2 administrative motions on the agenda. We'll move to the first one, approval of foreign development for 619-685 West Hastings Street. Do any members wish to declare conflict of interest on this motion? Seeing none, do we have any council's wishes to ask any questions of staff? Seeing none, would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Carr, second. Councillor Dominato, are there any discussions? Seeing none, we'll do yea or nays. All in favor?
Nay.
All opposed? Seeing none, motion carries unanimously. Approval form development for 1535, 1557 Grant Street. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest? Seeing none, are there any questions to staff? Seeing none, would anyone like to move the motion? Councillor Dominato. Second. Councillor Carr. We'll do yeas and nays. All in favor? Yay. All opposed? None opposed. The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to council member motions. We have 10 council members' motions on the agenda today. Motion 1 is to request for leave of absence as follows. Councillor Bly for civic business for meetings on March 1st from 10 to 12, 1:30 to 2:30, from March 2nd from 10 to 12. Mayor Stewart for personal readings for meetings on March 3rd from 6 to 10. Boyle for civic business for meetings on March 2nd from 2:45 to 4. Is there a mover? Move Carr, seconder. Councillor Fry, all those in favor? Boyle, we have Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I expected us to take a little longer on the previous work, so I'm just sending in an amendment. I need to amend my own LOA until 5 p.m., with that last hour being for personal business because I have a parent-teacher conference at my kids' school.
So we have an amendment on the floor. Second by Councillor Dominato.
Point of procedure?
Yes.
I thought that had to come under new business. I was not allowed to do that previously by the mayor and told that we couldn't amend it and it had to come under new business.
As chair, I will be accepting the amendment. I think it's fair to make an amendment on the floor if the councillor's name is already there with the meeting date. I can't put a new LOA on there, but I can make changes to it.
Okay. Great. I will be sure to follow up and let him know that. Thank you.
All right. We'll do yeas and nays for the amendment to move from 4 to 5 p.m. All those in favor? Okay. All those opposed? Seeing none, that passes unanimously. We now have an amended motion on the floor. Seeing no questions, we'll move. All those in favor, yay. All those opposed, nay. The amended motion passed. We'll now move on to motion 2, which is changes to March and April business license hearing panels, which is moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Is there a seconder?
Second, Councillor
Councillor
Bly.
Carr. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none. Seeing none, we'll move it to a vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That passes unanimously. We'll move on to motion 3. Protecting BC coast from acidic wash water dumping. This motion is moved by Councillor Fry. Are there any questions to Councillor Fry? Seeing no questions, but we'll wait for him to introduce it. Councillor Fry, would you like to introduce your motion for 2 minutes?
Thanks, Councillor Wiebe. Yeah, this is a fairly straight-ahead advocacy motion to go to LMLGA and hopefully UBCM. I did spare you all the onslaught of emails from the various supporters of this. They wanted to do a whole campaign. I'm like, you know what? We get a lot of those. We don't really need it. The dirty little secret is that cruise ships, when they can collect and condense the exhaust, they distill it into a liquid form, and that solution is stored in tanks that is discharged into the water. Our neighbors to the south in California have banned the use of scrubbers altogether to prevent this from happening. Washington State has similarly banned the use in Puget Sound and in the Port of Seattle. The Port of Vancouver has just introduced, as of today, their approach to banning the discharge of some of the scrubber acid wash into the Port Fraser jurisdiction. This is part 1 of 3 phases that they'll be pursuing for this. And the intent with this motion is to really pursue further advocacy for all of British Columbia, and in particular our Salish Sea, which this council unanimously supported the year of the Salish Sea. The thing with this acidic scrubber wash is it has one of the most vulnerable impacts it does is actually prevents shellfish from properly forming their shells. And so it's a devastating effect on shellfish fishery, and of course not to mention our salmon and other ecosystems. So yeah, I know we have speakers to this, and Anna Barford will give a very detailed explanation of the science behind it for any question you might possibly have, but I'm happy to answer any you might have now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Are there questions to Councillor Fry? Seeing none, would someone like to second the motion? Yeah, Councillor Carr seconds. Councillor Hardwick moves it to tomorrow for speakers. Do we have a seconder to that?
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Fry, or Councillor Carr. We'll vote yeas or nays to move it to tomorrow. All those in favor? Yay. All those opposed? Motion's been referred to the Standing Committee meeting tomorrow. Motion 4 is assessing vacant lands to support housing for BC's most vulnerable. This motion is to be moved by Councillor Fry. Councillor Fry, would you like to introduce your motion?
Thanks, Chair. And this is another motion for LMLGA and hopefully the UBCM. As we've discussed in these council chambers in the past, there are currently schemes to incentivize reducing one's taxes by changing the use of vacant land. And we see this most obviously through the creation of air quotes, community gardens in order to shift the property classification towards something like a Class 8, which is a Class 8 recreational, which imparts significant savings on how the mill rate calculates your final property taxes. There is an additional property classification known as supportive housing Class 3. The tax rate on supportive housing Class 3 is absolutely minimal and is a great opportunity. Now, the catch with supportive housing Class 3 is that it does actually require an act of cabinet to actually determine that it's that use, and it further is talking about permanent long-range supportive housing. Now, through our recent, our own work here at Council in the last session, where we approved the tiny home pilot, we recognize that there's an opportunity to do different kinds of supportive housing on a more temporary basis. So the idea here, and in particular talking to some of my colleagues across the province at UBCM, including at Prince George, where they're really struggling with a lot of these same issues, is if we can find ways to maybe incentivize the use of that vacant land and get those additional incentives for the owners of that land through incentivizing a new property, temporary property use, in this case, supportive housing class 3. So that's the ask, that the province might work a little bit more robustly with local governments to make that happen where they're interested in doing so.
Thank you. Seeing we had a question. No questions from councillors. Would someone like to second the motion? Second, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Seeing there's no speakers, we will move to debate on the motion. Is there anyone that would like to start the discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. This passes unanimously. Great work. Motion 5 is training of BC workers in deep energy retrofits and climate smart construction. This motion is being moved by Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, can you introduce your motion? Sorry, can we move Councillor Carr's mic forward, please? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Yes, the idea for this motion really came out of two different streams. One of which was the recognition that there's a lot of delay in people wanting to get retrofits done in overall construction because of lack of labor, that there was very long wait times in many cases. So wanting to see that work happen quicker rather than later was one inspiration. The second was in Metro Vancouver, there was a presentation by a union Move Up that talked about really wanting to pursue and getting the support of Metro Van in this. And Metro Vancouver is actually supporting in a pilot project, Sustainability Innovation Grant. No, actually not that yet, but in a pilot investigation, the work to see how indeed there could be more training that enables faster development of climate smart buildings as well as retrofits. And since we really are seeking, and certainly Move Up is seeking provincial support, I thought to put this through the LMLGA and UBCM to get province-wide support around getting the trained workers to move forward in this important climate emergency action.
Thank you. Would anyone like to ask questions of Councillor Carr? Seeing none, do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Hardwick, seconds. As we have no speakers, we'll move to discussion. Would any councillors like to get on discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote. Vote on B5. That passes unanimously. Motion 6 is increasing the provincial incentives for installing solar panels and solar hot water. This motion is being moved by Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes.
Great, thanks so much, Chair. This particular motion arises out of two streams of thought. One of them is that we do need to increase our actions around climate, the climate emergency, and certainly installation of solar panels, solar hot water is a move that many cities and jurisdictions are taking, not just those such as California, which I guess one would expect. And certainly if you've traveled to Europe, all of Southern Europe, most of Europe, in fact, has a solar panel, solar hot water. The biggest installer of solar hot water, solar panels is China, however. But the second is recognizing in reading BC Hydro's projected report on its supply of energy at a time where we are electrifying our economy, especially in vehicles, but also in heating, heat pumps, that kind of thing. They have projected that they have supply up to 2030. And then it's indeterminate after that point. So supplying your own energy through solar panels, increasing the use of solar through solar hot water systems, which can pre-warm water slightly in winter, really warm it and heat it in the summer, thus reducing again electrical costs, is really the motivation here. It will decrease household costs of heating water and energy supply as they electrify their homes in line with the building bylaw changes that we're making in this city. So there are no incentives right now for solar hot water panels or solar hot water, solar panels or solar hot water. There are for heat pumps and other things, but this would complement the actions that government has already taken and move us forward to a much more resilient situation.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Swanson, you're up first.
What's a feed-in tariff?
A feed-in tariff is when
Right, can we put the mic on for Councillor Carp?
as the main provider of electricity pays you to actually input your electricity into the grid. What happens if you've got solar panels right now? You move that energy moves into the grid. Hydro would pay you an amount for that. They used to have feed-in tariffs, and it was the feed-in tariffs that in fact excited First Nations enough to install solar farms on a number of locations. Then they dropped the feed-in tariff, which actually was very economically hard on the First Nations that moved in that direction, but it would inspire more people to install solar panels and be a source of electricity that hydro could add to its overall supply.
Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, is there a seconder for the motion? Kirby-Yung, second. Councillor Kirby-Yung. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote for B6, increasing provincial incentives. That passes unanimously. We'll move on to motion 7, is the unintended consequences of recent policy changes to DCL waivers on affordable housing. This motion is moved by Councillor Digenova. Digenova, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, Councillor Wiebe, I'm back now, so whenever you'd like to turn over the chair, happy to take it. Thanks for.
I'm happy in the position, but if you want to take it back,
Sure.
Go ahead. We are just starting on motion 7.
Great, thanks so much. Thanks for doing that. And clerks, I'll need to, I think, get the Creston panel up as well.
Sure, we can manage it in the interim.
Okay, great. Okay, so we have Councillor Digenova. You have up to 2 minutes to introduce your motion, followed by questions.
To deliver this for her, as she has been on medical leave and has asked me to bring this motion to deal with the unintended consequences of changes to DCL waivers for the Rental 100 program made by this council.
I'm just going to stop you there. Councillor Hardwick can just check with the clerks about procedure. I'll be right back to you.
So Councillor Hardwick, I've checked this with the clerks. You'll have to be the mover of the motion. That's the only way we can move forward. You can't serve as a proxy.
I'll continue.
So you're the mover of the motion? Okay.
I reckon you need a seconder.
Well, if you want to continue with the introduction for up to 2 minutes, you can go ahead if you're finished.
Okay. Okay. Councillor DiGenova was bringing this motion forward to deal with some of the unintended consequences of changes to DCL waivers for the Rental 100 program made by this council that will affect projects in one of two ways. I draw your attention to the whereases section that was prepared where it states that these consequences for 13 projects that did not meet deadlines and thus no longer have in-stream rate protection. One of the two things could happen to these 13 projects. Number one, their pro formas will not work and housing will not be built. Number two, housing agreements that guaranteed affordability at rates consistent with Rental 100 will be canceled and projects will need to revert to 100% market rents. This will undoubtedly also affect our housing targets for affordable housing and the number of units delivered. I'm sure any other questions you have can be answered tomorrow via points of information. And I understand there are speakers, and I'd like to hear from them tomorrow.
Second, Dominato.
Okay, thanks. We do have a question from Councillor Carr, though. Councillor Carr, do you have a question before we move to calling for a seconder?
Yeah, thank you. I do, and it might be a point of information to staff because my understanding from reading the staff reports on this is that that staff are currently in phase 2 of a comprehensive DCL update that is going to be coming to council in June, and they stated that they could not meet the deadline of April because they are working on this to get to us in June. So. Are you aware of that, Councillor Hardwick? And have you conferred at all with staff around that?
Have not.
Right.
Personally.
Right.
Don't know that that means that we can't still have a discussion about it tomorrow with speakers.
Yeah. Point of procedure?
Yes, Councillor Carr?
Yeah. At what point could I ask for whether or not this is in order, given the work that staff are undertaking and the statements they've made to us in staff reports that they can't meet that deadline and they are already reporting in June?
You could ask right now.
Thank you. I just so ask that question.
Okay, Council, I will have to take a few minutes to confer with the clerk and rest of the team, and I will come back to you shortly. and clerks. And Councillor Carr, this is in order. So I'm just looking at the queue here, and you do have 13 seconds left for questions to Councillor Hardwick, but that's the ruling. Are you, sorry, I can't see you, but are you there, Councillor Carr?
Yes, yes, Mayor.
Oh,
And I said
okay.
it's fine.
Okay, great. All right, so, right, and so we have a seconder for this, which is Councillor Dominato?
Correct.
Right, and Councillor Hardwick, you were moving the motion to refer this to tomorrow?
Second that.
Sorry, speakers for tomorrow?
Yeah, Councillor Hardwick, you were moving the motion to refer this to tomorrow to hear from speakers?
That is correct.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Dominato. And I'm just wondering, the referral, I believe, is debatable. I'm just wondering if Councillor Wiebe, if you could take the chair for a second and I could just say something in the debate.
Yep, I now have the chair.
Thank you. And I'll just start.
Go ahead.
So, Council, I am looking at the massive number of motions that are coming in. We have 8 meetings left from this one. Many of these motions have, I would say, well, very dates for completion for staff that are not possible. My thought is I'm going to vote against referring this to here tomorrow. And I would think, Council, that, that may be an option if I know folks are keen to get stuff done before the end of their mandate. But if we keep having 5, 10, 15, motions coming forward every meeting, it's a recipe for chaos. So I'll be voting against referring this to tomorrow's meeting and may do so on other motions. So that's all I had to say. Councillor Wiebe, if I could take the chair back.
Yep, there's yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so with that, I'm going to call a vote on whether or not to refer this to tomorrow's meeting. Okay, that passes with Councillor Wiebe, Swanson, and me in opposition. Okay, Council, we're moving on to the next motion, which is, right, second here. Motion 8 is the centering community facilities and infrastructure in the 2023-2026 capital plan. This is Councillor Kirby-Yung. You have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I will not be bringing a lot of motions for it, but I do feel passionately about this one. And as the Mayor said, it's about centering civic facilities in the capital plan. And as everybody knows, each council inherits a capital plan and each council has a chance to approve one. And what does and doesn't get included in the plan, I believe, has a significant impact on our city. I am concerned, and this started during my time on Park Board and now on council, that we are under-investing in our community facilities and civic infrastructure. And in short, as our facilities age, water, sewer pipes, essential fire halls particularly, we've seen how important they are in terms of resiliency during climate events, community centers, and all those things that people love in terms of being able to enjoy take their kids for swimming lessons, go to the ice rinks, walk their dogs, street safety, pedestrian signals, curb cuts, flashing beacons, bike routes, lighting that makes people feel safe are all examples of some of the importance of the civic infrastructure. I've identified a number of potential projects that council have heard about from the community that it would be very beneficial to get information back on in this, that would result from this motion. And really, I think, get a sense of what the status is in terms of the lifespan of some of those facilities. We do know from a lot of our research that these facilities are critically important to Vancouverites in terms of the value they place on them, livability. But the good news too is that our civic and community infrastructure is also climate infrastructure, and they are not mutually exclusive. We've seen the importance in terms of the role that community centers can play as gathering places, cooling and warming centers. And we've also seen the impact on leading by example and retrofitting our public buildings. And as we renew those, we can achieve, I think, some real gains there. But what I'm looking to do is make sure that this is a really important part of the discussion around the capital plan. And I do truly believe that failing to we will see our infrastructure further decline, and it will be more costly in the long run if we don't prioritize additional investment in them. And I think that the highest cost of delay will be borne by residents who are feeling both the sting of increasing unaffordability and the need to access accessible public spaces and places. Thank you.
Councillor Carr, you have a question for up to a minute.
Yeah, thank you. Section C of the therefore be it resolved notes that you would like a list of all the community facilities, core infrastructure, age, blah, 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 that the staff, although you didn't submit this for feedback to staff, they did provide some comments saying that this would take a lot of time. Could you tell me what the utility of it is, of that list?
I just didn't catch the last part, Councillor Carr. Could I tell you?
The utility of that list.
I think the utilities in terms of council understanding how old the facilities are and sort of what the priorities are in terms of renewal and what the magnitude is of what we need to renew and what we don't. I do know some of this work has been done, for example, already on things like community centers. It may not be an exhaustive list, but I certainly believe that there's the information from what I know is readily available on things like fire halls, community centers, pools, for example. So I know that some of that work has been done.
Thank you. It's my time.
Okay, thanks. That's it for questions. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
There's two of them already there. Sorry.
Two. So do I have it?
It's been co-submitted by two members, Councillor Kirby-Yung and Councillor Dominato.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yes, sorry, I forgot to mention that. That was my bad.
No problem. So there's speakers to this one. Folks want to refer this to tomorrow. Have a move. Somebody move that motion.
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. Seconded. Okay, all in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Thanks. Motion 9, number 9, expanding BC manufacturing and construction of climate smart made in BC prefabricated wood frame housing. Councillor Carr, up to 2 minutes.
Please. Thank you. We know that we have to move towards buildings that are climate smart. We certainly in the city are doing that, and throughout BC, that's communities are on the move to do that. But here in the city, we know that much of the construction of prefabricated wood frame housing that is also climate smart does deliver also housing affordability. So if we could possibly align the supply of the prefabricated wood frame housing with, in fact, the BC second growth forestry industry, we would be achieving, I think, a lot of social good, employment, and strengthening of the economy at the same time as responding to the climate crisis. This is a motion that is intended to go to the LMLGA for the UBCM to ask the provincial government to actually move forward with the development of and the promotion and support of a zero carbon standard wood frame modular housing manufacturing industry in BC. I have to say I got my inspiration from this at at an FCM convention in Saskatchewan, where one of the field trips was in fact to wood frame modular housing, very, very inexpensive and beautiful housing produced within the province. And I really thought that was an incredible synchronicity of jobs and economic activity along with affordable housing. So that's the motivation behind this.
Thank you. Do we have no questions? We have a seconder.
Right.
Thank you. We're on the main queue then. And I don't think, I'm just checking here, I don't think we have speakers to this one. double checking.
Correct, no speakers, Mayor.
Right, okay, so we're into debate and decision on this one. Anybody wish to speak to this motion? Don't see anybody in the queue, so we can call the vote. Great, Councillor Weeb. That's passed unanimously. Thanks so much. Moving on, the next one, motion number 10, regulatory framework to enable innovative urban activation projects. And Councillor Dominato, up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to introduce this motion. This motion really flows from some of our strategic goals that we currently have as a city, but are also envisioned in our Vancouver plan, which is really to have animated and connected neighborhoods, walkable neighborhoods. And as you'll see reflected in the motion, it attempts to address some regulatory barriers and impediments that a number of organizations have encountered in trying to activate underutilized properties, both public and private, and to create sort of innovative urban activation projects. There's a number of examples cited within the motion: Roll Technologies, Bloom Community Projects, Reef Technology in Kitchens, and farmers markets. And in discussions with all of these organizations, what we found is that there's no clear pathway to working with the city to access and to activate these projects on underutilized properties. And so what the motion seeks is simply to have staff work towards guidelines and pathway to simplify and streamline the process for these organizations. So whether that's for a farmer's market, whether it's about urban hubs and ghost kitchens, but it's really to activate our neighborhoods and our communities, and it simply asks us to simplify and streamline the process for these organizations. It's very complex at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Questions from Councillor Carr?
Yes, thank you. In staff notes to this, although if you can go through that process, but the staff are seeking clarity on the definition of innovative land use projects. Could you define that for me, Councillor?
My revisions back. Oh, sorry, I don't have my mic on. So can you reset my timer, Mayor? That what we're talking about is activation of underutilized properties, both public and private. So this could be pop-up retail, it could be pop-up food and beverage, ghost kitchens, farmers markets, and so there's examples cited in the motion, but that was clarified through the second iteration of this motion.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have a question related to the staff feedback, which is that the staff feedback outlined that this would require a significant amount of work, considering, as you outline, how many different areas these could cross. And I guess I'm wondering how you see that aligning with the work we've already given staff around permit, addressing the permit backlog and streamlining.
Yeah. So I responded to staff feedback with a revision to this motion. Initially, I had proposed a regulatory framework to support these projects and refined it to focus on simply developing and actually coming back with recommendations for guidelines and a pathway for these organizations. Because right now we're making it very difficult to do business in the city. And so it's to be responsive to our organization so that we can have an active and animated city. And so I did respond to staff concerns with that respect.
But wouldn't it still compete with that work that we've already directed them to do?
From my perspective, not. It needs to be a priority, and I think it very much aligns with that work.
Okay, I'll ask that.
Councillor Fry, sorry about that, Councillor Boyle. I guess you've cut your mic off there at the end of the minute. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. So neat ideas that come out of this, pop-up bars, restaurants, that kind of thing. Has there been any contemplation around how this might be leveraged to provide pop-up washrooms and that kind of
I certainly think it could be entertained as part of it. I think it could be looked at. Is staff would develop guidelines for organizations. I think certainly that could be contemplated, and I think it would make a lot of sense in the context of the concerns we continue to hear in the city about a lack of washrooms. And again, we're talking about underutilized public and private properties. So.
Okay, thanks.
Second.
Seconded. And I don't, just gonna check here. We have speakers for this one.
We do.
We do. I think so. There we go. Just looking here.
Correct. There are speakers, Mayor.
Right. Okay, thanks. Right. So can we have a motion to refer this?
Motion to refer to your speakers.
Thank you.
Second, Councillor Bly.
Councillor Dominato, I heard second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. That's been referred. Thanks, Council. Okay, now we're moving on to new business. We have one item of new business on the agenda today, which are requests for leaves of absence. Councillor Kirby-Yung for civic business for meetings on May 25th from 3 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Councillor Carr for civic business for meetings on March 10th from 3 to 5. Somebody like to move this motion, please?
So move, Councillor Bly.
Thank you, Councillor Bly. Seconder? Anybody?
Second.
Councillor Boyle.
Heard Councillor Wiebe first. All those in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's passed. Thank you. And new business. Folks want to stick themselves. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got the wrong queue queued up, so I'm going to move back to the other queue, and you'll have to put yourselves on this queue. Okay, so new business. If you're introducing a motion, remember it's the title of the motion and the date. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have a notice of motion for the meeting of April 12th. And the title of the motion is Enabling a Recovery Community Center in the City of Vancouver.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
I have two motions, one for March 29th. It's called Using the Capital Plan to Help Reach Housing Affordability Targets. And for April 12th, it's called Asking for a Change to the Vancouver Charter to Allow the City to Levy a Progressive Property Tax.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just trying to advance here with Councillor Fry. Yeah, Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Oh, I think you skipped Councillor Dominato, but that's okay.
Councillor Fry, go ahead.
Yeah. I have two motions for March 29th. Number one is strengthening the conditions of landlord licensing in Vancouver. The second one is meters meeting needs, parking meters as ad hoc cycling infrastructure and strategies for retention and replacement.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, I have a notice of motion for the March 29th meeting entitled Plebiscite to Measure Public Support for a 2030 Winter Olympic bid held concurrently with the 2022 civic election.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I have notice for a motion for March 29th, which I gave notice of last meeting as well, entitled Placekeeping, Protecting and Supporting Cultural Food Assets and Other Forms of Intangible Cultural Heritage in Vancouver.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. I circulated earlier this afternoon urgent new business, and it's a motion with respect to the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority Rolling Truck Age Program, and it is time sensitive due to the fact that the port has just wrapped up additional consultation with respect to this program. I'm hoping that council would indulge me, and it is simply to have you submit a letter on behalf of council in support of the rolling truck program. So looking for some guidance there.
Yep, I mean, you can bring it up. People can call notice on this. Does anybody want to call notice on this item? Sorry, am I in the wrong? I'm just going to make sure this is the right spot, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Just 1 second.
I missed it. New
business is next.
Sorry, Councillor Dominato, we're still on notice of council members' motions. I'm sorry if I missed it. I think I misannounced the section that we're under. So we are coming to new business after this section. So that's when you could bring forward this motion. So I'll let you know when that comes up. But that was my fault. I'm sorry. Councillor Kirby-Yung.
Yeah, no, I was following which section you announced, so I'll wait.
Okay, no notice new motion. Okay, Councillor Hardwick, any notice of motion?
Yes, I have Councillor DeGenova, as stated earlier, is away on medical leave, and she asked me if I would read this motion title, Prioritizing Public Safety, for March 29th, 2022.
Okay, thanks very much. I guess she could introduce that motion on the date, and that would be under her name, but thank you for that. Just before we move to new business, council, we have 8 new members' motions. The city manager and I were discussing just the level of workload. So I may be coming back to you after conferring with the city manager about perhaps prioritizing the dozens and dozens of outstanding motions that we have. And that just to come back so we can manage this workload while respecting your of course rights as councillors to bring this work forward. So look for an email from me in the next couple of days. Okay. Now we're on new business. So first item is new business on the agenda today, a request for leaves of absence. Did I already read these? I read these already. And clerks, can you help me? Did we pass this one? We did pass this one. Right. Yes. Now, Councillor Dominato, you can do new business. Great. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And what I'm proposing is a motion, an urgent motion in support of the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority's Rolling Truck Age Program. This program was put in place to ensure that it gets older container trucks off the road and to reduce particulate matter that can be carcinogenic. So there's many, not only health benefits, but also environmental benefits in terms of reducing GHG emissions and helping us meet our climate targets. The Rolling Truck Age Program was supposed to come into effect February 1st, 2022. However, due to some issues around the supply chain for new trucks, as well as a request from the Federal Transport Minister to consider a delay in implementing the program, the Port Authority has engaged in further consultation, which just wrapped up last week, but they are hoping for support from this council to the Federal Minister of Transport, indicating our support for this program. And so it simply asks that we request you write a letter to the Federal Transport Minister in support of the program. And so that's what I'm seeking, and I hope that council will indulge me.
Okay, great. Thank you. So as this is new business, people have a right to call notice on this if you'd like. If not, we'll need a seconder.
Second.
Second. All right.
Okay, thank you. We're on the main queue then. I'm going to clear this one. So if you'd like to speak to this new business, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, and I won't take too long. Just really happy to see this come forward and happy to support it. I think the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority have really been doing a lot of good progressive work in the environmental arena, and I do want to support that. And I think the rolling truck program in particular addresses some stuff that we've talked about at this council, in particular around pollutants from the truck traffic that comes from the port along Clark Drive and Knight. And we know that diesel particulate matter in particular that comes from these trucks has some pretty significant health impacts. And we have a lot of housing along these routes. We know that that we can do better, and I applaud the port for doing better, and I hope we can encourage them on the national stage with the minister as well. That's it. Thanks.
Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Just took all the words out of my mouth. Those were the points that I wanted to mention, along with the fact that the Port Authority did come to the Climate Action Committee at Metro Vancouver, which I chair, and announced its intention to do this. It was very exciting. I mean, the whole committee was, so representatives of people throughout of municipalities throughout the region were extremely excited. So thank you for bringing this forward, Councillor Dominato. Yes, I believe we should be writing that letter. It will help us achieve reductions in our GHGs in line with our climate emergency action plan.
Councillor Kirby-Yung?
Yeah, thanks. I'm a big fan of this. I think that particulates don't respect municipal boundaries, and we know that buildings and transportation are our largest challenges in terms of emissions, and so this makes a whole lot of sense to me. I really appreciate the leadership of the port. It's not easy when you are attempting to affect change. Obviously, it comes with some challenges, but I think the rolling nature of it is an attempt to sort of strike a balance and address that. But we do need to move on this because they are such a significant source. And I think it'll help, honestly, residents sometimes that feel like the small things that they're doing, but then they see, you know, these sort of large situations of trucks barreling down Knight Street and in and out of the port consistently. So I appreciate Councillor Dominato bringing it forward, and I'm happy to support.
Thank you so much. I don't see anybody on the queue, so we can call a vote on this item. Councillor Bly? Councillor Bly?
Sorry, Mayor, I'm having trouble with my panel. Can I get a vote assist in favor?
Sure. Thank you. That has passed. Thanks so much. We're going back to the queue here. Okay, anything else, Councillor Dominato?
Nothing further, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Weed.
Yeah, so I've got two motions. One that got passed at the Vancouver Food Policy Council. The first one's called regarding strategies to increase participation on advisory committees.
So, Councillor Weed, this is a we've already done the section on introducing new members.
No, so this is a motion that I'm looking to refer to the nominations subcommittee. It's a motion from one of our advisory committees, and it's just for review for the nominations subcommittee. So I'm asking for it to be approved for a referral. I've got two referrals.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the first one's on regarding strategies to increase participation on advisory committees. The committee had some really great conversations. I've had conversations with other advisory committees on better ways of increasing participation on our advisory committees. So they put together a motion. I've sent it around, and I think it'd be great for the nominations subcommittee to review the ideas from this committee.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weed. You still have the option of calling notice on this, so I just want to inform councillors of that. If nobody calls a notice, then we need a seconder.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you. I'm going to move us to the main queue. Any debate on this item? I don't see any debate, so we'll call a vote on this.
Mayor?
Sorry, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Okay.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I'm on the queue for a point of procedure because just got these.
You can call those. You can call those anytime you like. You don't need to be on the queue for that. So.
Okay, super. Thank you. Sorry, okay, there's my mic. We just got these late and I was just scanning through and I just want to be clear procedurally what we're voting on because the motions say therefore it be it resolved that the Food Policy Council do this, but there's nothing that I can see that's an action of council and I'm not understanding why this needs to be a council vote versus the Food Policy Committee could just forward it directly in their communication request to the UNDRIP Committee because I want to be clear on what council is being asked to vote on.
Right. If you think the yeah, we have to vote on the text of the motion as presented. This is the problem with bringing these under new business is we have no opportunity to consider them. So
my point of procedure then, maybe I can ask a different way, is that the motion says, therefore, be it resolved that the Vancouver Food Policy Council. So Mayor, is that even procedurally valid that council can vote on something that refers to another body?
If you ask, I could rule on a point of order, but I'd have to be asked to do that.
Then I'd have to rule it on a point of order because I think that Councillor Weeb could just simply forward it on as their liaison to the other committee. So as a point of order, pursuant to section 8.7, does this actually require a council vote or is an order?
Right. I will check and come back to you. Hey, Councillor Kirby-Young, I'm looking at the the email that Councillor Weeb sent around, and I think we've got probably the wrong thing up on the screen. It's a little informal, but the email says, I would like to refer this motion to the nominations committee for review. So that has been submitted in writing. Perhaps clerks could pull that up on the screen. The email that was sent by Councillor Weeb with an attachment that would be the item that would be referred to the nominations committee for review. So although it's a little more informal than we normally do, I do think this is in order in terms of a clear indication that this is to refer it to the nominations committee. And it is, since the nominations committee is an official committee, it is within the purview of council to assign work to whether it's a standing committee or a nomination committee or auditor general's committee. That's in order for council to do that. So this is in order, and I hope that answers your question. Sorry, your mic's off. Go ahead.
Just to reflect back, I haven't read it, and I'm not a fan of voting on something I haven't read because it just came in. So just to be clear, we're not voting on anything to do with the substance of the motion. We're just simply forwarding it.
It would be, yes, it would be.
And that doesn't carry any weight that council supports, doesn't support, endorses it. It's just that we're forwarding it on. Is that all we're voting on?
We are forwarding the attachment that Councillor Weeb has put in his email would be referred to the nominations committee, and just for them to review, that would be it. It's, for information, there is no other action required for the nominations committee. That would be it. So more or less for information.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. Right. So I will call a vote on this then.
Can I comment on it, Mayor, after the point of procedure?
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I just want to comment on this, that I think the whole procedure concerns me, that it will carry a connotation or weight. I think getting something at the moment, like literally within 3 minutes that you're supposed to vote on something, is just not great best practice. And I'm just unclear, honestly, still, and these are my comments, it's not a point of procedure, with respect to motions, why council even needs to deal with this and why any council representative that is the liaison to any specific committee can't simply forward something on to a committee on their behalf. And any committee can make a motion and can do that. So to me, I'm uncomfortable with the entire process, and it's very unclear.
You do always have the option of calling notice, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, and I don't want to be punitive or delay it unnecessarily. I just think that this doesn't even need to come to council. So I just want to state for the record, it doesn't make sense to me, and I'm comfortable with the procedure.
Okay, sure. Thank you then. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 on this referral.
I'm exactly where Councillor Kirby-Young was. If I'm involved with one committee and I want to forward the advice of one committee to another committee, I don't understand why it needs to come to council in the form of a motion. Because it then does put us in a position where we would have potentially to call notice. So I would like to pose a question through you, Mayor, to the mover to ask, because I mean there have been countless other examples of where one committee has referred something to another committee, why this stands apart and would require a motion of council as an urgent motion, as we just heard, in contrast with Councillor Dominato's motion that was unanimously approved.
Councillor Weeb?
Yeah, under new business, we have advisory committees that would like to get their information put in front of council. They don't have a lot of mechanisms to do that. One of the mechanisms is to utilize their liaison to bring it forward to one of these official committees. The nomination subcommittee is a committee of council. There's no formal process to put anything in front of that group. This is the process we have. Is under new business. The counselor, the liaison counselor, myself, can bring forward that information. I'm not asking us to support what's in it, but there's some good information in there that I think should be reviewed by the nomination subcommittee.
None of which questioning or disputing. It's the process, as Councillor Kirby-Young pointed out, in our entire term. I cannot think of another example where a report was brought forward with from one committee to another that required council intervention.
Yeah. Normally what we've done is we've created full motions and we try to debate before it's gone to the nomination subcommittee, or the other motion I have is to be sent to the UNDRIP committee, not being discussed by us prior to going to that committee or task force. And so the goal is how do we have our advisory committees connect to these bodies? There's one of the questions that's actually in this motion that they discussed is how do they better have contact with our advisory committees? How do they better contact with council and staff?
Well, then, thank you. Point of information then, and more of a point of procedure back to the city clerk, to the mayor. Again, we are into our final year of on this council, and I cannot remember other examples where this has happened procedurally. And so through you, Mayor, point of procedure to the clerk or as you see fit. Just requesting, is there not a regular procedural way, as Councillor Wiebe is suggesting that there is not a procedural way for one committee to pass along a report to another committee. Is that true? Have we been doing things wrong all along? I'd like some guidance.
Yeah. So not to get into the theory of this, but basically, the only body that's constituted by the Vancouver Charter, or the main body is council. Council has the ability to create committees, and we of course have a standing committee that we have that will be tomorrow, but we've also created other committees, which are the nomination subcommittee, the UNDRIP committee, and the only way these committees can do official work is if it's assigned to them by council. So for example, the police board does this all the time. Everything has to flow through the board to the subcommittee. The committees actually cannot initiate work on their own. And so this would be, now they can read all the information they want, but this would be a formal request for the nomination subcommittee to review. It's a gentle request, but it's still proper. It's just not something we normally do, but it is proper. So I hope that answers your point of procedure.
Well, it is an answer. It is an answer. But again, here we are in our final year of a term, and this is coming up for the first time. I do find it procedurally odd, but whatever, I guess.
Yeah, you could always call notice or vote against it. I mean, those are the options for council. Anything else, Councillor Hardwick?
No, I'll park.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Kirby-Young. You're through your time on this debate. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. I was just going to reflect. I support this coming forward because my experience with the advisory committees has been frustrating and challenging at times. And I will cite there was an example where I was in liaison to an advisory committee and they were seeking information, and at that time were directed that they had to pass a motion as an advisory committee to get information. And I at that time pushed back and said, I don't think that's reasonable. I'm the liaison to that advisory committee. I am seeking the information on their behalf. And I thought that was a very reasonable request. And what I believe Councillor Wiebe is trying to achieve is that as the liaison, to make that connection, is that the advisory bodies identified information they think may be relevant to another committee, in this case a subcommittee of council, and we don't really have clear definitions in our procedure bylaws of new business and what that entails. I suspect Robert's Rules has more information around that. I don't have my copy handy. But I think that it's reasonable to refer these items. We're not voting on the contents of them, is my understanding from Councillor Wiebe. We are simply referring them for information to the other council subcommittees or task forces. And so while it's not something we've done in the past, I think it's important, and perhaps it means an addition to our procedure bylaws to add that clarity in future. Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young, your clock has expired on this item. Do you have a point of procedure privilege?
Yeah, I was considering calling notice because I haven't read it, and I heard you say, Mayor, that we're asking them to and I quote, form the committee formally review it, and that implies to me that formally review means we think it's worth reviewing, and I haven't read it. So do we have an option not to vote on it for that reason, or do I have to walk out of the room?
Yep.
So I'm not physically here.
Whatever you want to do, you can abstain, vote yes or no, leave the virtual room if you like. Those are all options that you have on all motions. But I don't see anybody else on the queue, so I'm going to call a vote on this.
Mayor, this is Councillor Bly. Can I get a vote assist in favor, please?
Thank you. Clerks, please mark Councillor Bly in favor. I'm not sure. Are you absent? Okay. Councillor Hardwick?
Absent.
Absent. Okay. Councillor Hart, please, clerks, could you mark? Yes. Okay. Thanks very much. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much. We're going on to the next one. Councillor Wiebe, do you have?
I have the second one, which is the Indigenous Food Sovereignty, and this is to be referred for review to the UNDRIP task force.
Okay. Do we have a seconder for that?
Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. I heard Councillor Boyle. We're on the main queue now. If folks want to debate this referral, please put yourselves on the queue. Clerks, I just want to check to see if the councillors have returned before I call the vote.
They did, but I think they left again, Mayor.
They left again. Okay. Just wanted to check. Maybe just to make sure we should do a roll call. We do a roll call just so we don't accidentally leave somebody off.
I'll check if they want to return to the chamber. One moment.
Thank you.
Mayor, Councillor Kirby-Young will stay out. Councillor Hardwick has returned.
Okay, thanks. We'll call a vote on this then.
Mayor, it's Councillor Bly. I just need a vote assist in favor, please.
Great, thanks, Councillor Bly. And Councillor Hardwick's abstained, so none opposed to this. Councillor Wiebe, anything else? All right. My cue's
Nothing
a little.
else. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Kirby-Young, new business.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have an inquiry through you to staff, if I might, if I can.
That would be next. That's next section.
Oh, okay.
We're still new business. Okay, Councillor Fry, new business.
Oh, sorry, Mayor. That's also inquiry.
Okay, great. So let me just double check here. We're good. We are on to inquiries and other matters. So I'm just going to switch the queue back. There we go. Okay, Councillor Fry, go ahead. Inquiries or other matters. I cut you off there. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So question for staff. And I don't imagine Teresa O'Donnell's still on the line, but back in May of 2020, we approved Mayor Stewart's motion improving the effectiveness and efficiency of development application processes, which essentially resolved that all rezoning inquiries are voluntary, not mandatory, for any rezoning application. And we know that the rezoning inquiries typically add a few months or years to the development process. But I've been hearing increasing frustration from the industry that they are still under pressure to resubmit rezoning inquiries in spite of council direction. So I have some questions and I don't expect them to be answered now, but I do want to put them on the formal record. Are staff still directing formal rezoning inquiry at the policy inquiry stage? How often are rezoning inquiries actually foregone? And how often are we telling applicants that a rezoning inquiry is not necessary? And I mean, if the city manager or Teresa O'Donnell is on and wants to respond, but otherwise, happy to get that in writing later.
City manager first, and then
yeah,
there
thanks.
you go,
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Fry. I don't have the details, but I certainly understand the question and happy to follow up with those details for you and council.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young, inquiries and other matters.
Thank you. I do have an inquiry through you to the city manager, if I might, and it's with respect to events and specifically upcoming and the pent-up demand for everybody to start staging them post-COVID. And specifically the Chinatown Fest, I'll use that example. I understand is looking to restage their sort of a long-awaited event, which in the first weekend, July 6th and 7th, the two-day event. And we're advised by staff they're looking at a 9-month timeline due to complexity of the event, which put them into November, December. And so I'm just wondering if we can get some perspective in the light of the Council's COVID Recovery Task Force and other initiatives. And previously, we had a motion I brought forward in spring 2019 around opening up readiness for smaller events. Looks like we'll be able to do bigger ones now. And at that time was assured that we were ready. And again, I recognize that some of these events are larger, but do we have a hope of making some of these events happen so events like Chinatown Fest don't have to forego a summer after waiting for 2 years?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So we certainly understand, obviously, the uncertainty that event producers have been operating under and the importance that events play in kind of the overall COVID recovery for the city. So our staff are certainly looking at that. In the case of the Chinatown Festival, we did get an application a couple of weeks ago, middle of February, as I understand, for that event. It is quite a complicated event. It does involve road closures, multi-day transit relocation, and so on. However, our staff are in touch with the organizers again, I believe, today, and they are looking at what we may be able to do there to enable that event. And we're certainly happy to give council an update once we've got a little bit more information from the organizer and work through what some of those options might be. Again, the staff, their objective obviously is to make sure that those events are successful and safe. In many cases, we are working with partners. It's not simply just the city that has to be involved in producing those events, but we're looking at every opportunity we can to make it work. So happy to follow up with you on Chinatown, that particular festival, once our staff have had a chance to loop back with that team.
Okay, I really appreciate that perspective. And if I can ask one follow-up, can I ask that question more broadly with respect to when I understand there's quite a demand for events coming back this summer and where we sit with being able to enable those, whether it's Catalano Day coming back or a number of others that have after a long hiatus are really looking forward to returning?
Yeah, that's one of the pressures on that team right now. In some cases, those events are shifting dates and shifting event programs. So it's quite a bit more complicated this year in some cases than others. And of course, we've got Formula E, which is a major kind of marquee event for the city, which is new. So yeah, our team is looking to do whatever we can to make those events happen for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Got Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. The first thing I just wanted to inform Council of is that on Friday, Metro Vancouver approved a Sustainability Innovation Fund for a large building retrofit accelerator. And the reason why I thought it would be of interest to all of you and to the public as well, this is obviously being publicly broadcast, is that this is going to be a hub that will enable, it'll focus on large commercial buildings where we are changing those requirements and tightening up in terms of climate action in our own building bylaw. This accelerator hub will provide tools, information, resources, connections, training to owners of such buildings. And I just thought it was worthy of noting that there's going to be some good support there over a 3-year period. My second is point is an inquiry, I think, to the city manager. And, obviously, like I think everyone else, I've been just watching the unfolding situation in the Ukraine with really heavy heart and a lot of dread. And remembered that as a city, we have a sister city in the Ukraine, Odessa. I'm wondering if, well, first of all, what can our city do in terms of supporting people within the Ukraine? What services can we provide to families in terms of communication or whatever? There's been some big rallies already here. Can we be supportive of people who come in as refugees from the situation? Is there something specific we can do for our sister city that is under attack?
Thanks, Councillor. Yeah, certainly appreciate the impetus for your question. At this point, the mayor has corresponded with his counterpart in Odessa, I believe on February the 15th, showing support for our sister city in that manner. Of course, the city has also kind of provided our own recognition of the Ukraine in terms of lighting of flags. I understand from our team that the Ukrainian flags will be installed in our flag island here at City Hall today, which is great. In terms of additional measures that the city may be able to take beyond that, at this stage, we don't have any specific recommendations in that regard. We'll be continuing to follow closely kind of the work that Global Affairs is doing, obviously as Canada's lead. Notice today that Global Affairs has committed to $100 million in humanitarian aid for Ukraine. The question of refugees certainly is a live one, and the city has had some involvement in that in the past with the Syrian refugee crisis. So we'll continue to monitor that closely. We don't have any indication at this stage what may be contemplated in terms of refugees coming to Canada. So I think at this stage, my recommendation would be that we will certainly monitor that and remain open to it, and we'll continue to keep council apprised if we see any opportunities.
I'd appreciate that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Carr. And we have been in contact with Global Affairs Canada, asking exactly the question that you're asking about settlement of what is an overwhelming number of refugees at this point, whether it's short-term or permanent. So I know the city manager and I talked about this yesterday. So if there's any action that council could take, I will definitely bring that forward for your consideration.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much. I don't have anybody else on the queue, so I guess we can move to adjourn. Somebody like to do that?
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder?
Second.
Councillor Hardwick. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Thanks very much. We're adjourned 8 minutes early, so enjoy those 8 minutes and then see you back at the public hearing at 6 p.m. Thanks so much, everybody. See you shortly.